The rookies were in the spotlight on the opening night of Breeders' Crown Weekend. In the first contest for the Colt Trotters, rebuffed all challengers.
Rebuff on the outside, noses apart at the wire, it's gonna be rebuffed.
Rounding into top form late in the season, Rebuff leaves his connections ecstatic on their way to the winner's circle, and Tim Tetrick hauls down another Breeders' Crown trophy. Close finish in the first contest, not the case in the second. Nikki Hill absolutely dominates in the filly pace.
Hill draws away by 5. Sea Silk from post 10 grabs the second spot. Treacherous Dragon and Boudoir handles them over.
After suffering her first career loss in the elimination a week ago, Nikki Hill bounces back in a big way and is crowned a Breeders' Crown champion. Another close finish in the filly trot final, where Joviality looks to overcome a post 10 obstacle.
Raised by Lindy, full out. Joviality, a big effort on the outside from post 10. Raised by Lindy. Joviality is relentless on the outside. Joviality on the outside, on the inside.
The White Knight Brian Sears recapturing some of his Breeders' Crown magic and gets it done from post 10 with the Trotting Lass. Another close finish in the 2-year-old finale. Monty Mickey in a head bob at the wire.
And hammering Hank Towers up late. Monty Mickey, Gulf Shores on the inside. Monty Mickey on the outside. Gulf Shores, Monty Mickey! And Gulf Shores here.
Monty Mickey on a late season tear and adds a Breeders' Crown trophy to his hardware. That was night 1 of the Breeders' Crown. Much better weather on tap for day 2, and it's coming up next.
First place wins at 151, 1/5.
There's some beach somewhere. Goes out a champion of the Breeders' Crown.
Home turf, Sam Hill, Uniman.
And it is Alfred in the second division. Somewhere, Shadow Point on the outside. Blue Ridge on the outside. The captain put to the cast. Sunshine Beach.
Stretch race down. Billy Joe, Jim Bob, 157 and 4.
What a difference a day makes. In fact, less than a day. We were here last night under monsoon-like weather conditions. Today, Mother Nature smiling on us. Here in East Rutherford, New Jersey, the sun is peeking out, the temperature is climbing, and we have a beautiful afternoon for day 2 of the Breeders' Crown, where today the 3-year-olds and the older competitors take center stage. Nice look with the New York skyline in the background here this afternoon. Hi again, everybody. Greg Blanchard, Michael Carter on the desk with me here this afternoon. And we are all smiles, Mike, I think first and foremost because of the turn in the weather. Really testy weather conditions last night for the rookies. They performed admirably. We tried our best as well. Today, though, much different circumstances. And it really, I think, adds to the whole excitement here at the track.
Yeah, you know, we saw some really amazing performances last night. Obviously, the weather put a damper on things, but boy, did we see some really close finishes, as you saw in the recap there. And I got the chance to kind of hang out in the paddock and do some interviews a little bit earlier. And there were smiles on everybody's faces, and everybody seems really excited that, you know, the weather's cooperating.
Yeah, I think we're going to get a chance to see the superstars of the sport at their very best here all afternoon long. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a long day, but we are looking forward to it. And here's how it is all going to play out for you this afternoon with 8 championship finals, as mentioned, well over $4 million in purses up for grabs. 3-year-old filly pacers are going to kick things off for us in the opening contest of the afternoon, followed by the Mare's Open Trot. A trio of 3-year-old events come up after that. Then it's the Mare's Open Pace, the Open Trot, and the Open Pace, the big guns. I'm going to wrap things up way over in race number 11. We kick off our live coverage this afternoon, beginning with race number 4 on today's Meadowlands program. A look inside the paddock area as well. Big thank you to our sponsors today, COSA-TV, for making the presentation possible. and our co-presenting sponsors, Root and Riddle Equine, with locations in Florida, Kentucky, and New York. Welcome to our coverage, everybody. Let us know where you're tuning in from today. We would love to hear from you, as always. If you've got any questions or comments you want to leave us, just your thoughts perhaps on which horses you are keeping an eye on here today and expecting big performances from in the Breeders' Crown. I want to remind you as well, the Pick Your Driver contest continues today, and we'll give you a look at the updated standings in that after day one. Not a shocker here, Dexter Dunn leads the way.
Yeah, Dexter Dunn had a really good night. Second place, there's a tie currently right now between Tim Tiedrick and Yannick Gingras for second place, both having big nights, and Yannick was actually second in one of the very tight photos last night.
And right off the top, just to get things warmed up and get you thinking and get you engaged here today, we've got a poll question for you. Pretty simple, and I think it's a good one. Which of last night's 2-year-old winners were you the most impressed by? Was it Joviality, Rebuff, Nicky Hill, or Monty Mickey? Great options to choose from. Time for a quick commercial break, and we'll be back to set up our first Breeders' Crown Championship of the day.
By now, you know the name COSA-TV, an industry leader producing unique, high-quality digital content promoting harness racing in Ontario. Features, virtual programming, live events, and more. COSA-TV has it covered. Follow our social media channels and be sure to subscribe to our YouTube page to view the latest content. And if you're looking to bet your favorite Ontario track, check out hpibet.com. COSA-TV, taking Ontario racing global.
I gotta hit the beat. I gotta hit the beat. Gotta hit the
Download Dark Horse Bets today.
beat. I gotta hit the beat.
Root and Riddle Equine Hospital is a worldwide leader in equine healthcare, providing a full menu of services and treatment for all breeds and disciplines of horses, from the family companion to the high-performance athlete. Learn more today. Visit rootandriddle.com. Established in 1982, Root and Riddle Equine Hospital is a worldwide leader in equine healthcare, providing a full menu of specialties of services and treatment for all breeds and disciplines of horses, from the family companion to the high-performance athlete. Learn more today about Root and Riddle Equine Hospital. Visit rootandriddle.com or call 888-773-4838.
Donato Hanover now meets up with Arch Madness on the outside, who comes calling with Sears. It's Pearson Sears going at it here past 3/4. Donato Hanover, Arch Madness looking for another upset the same way. Flirtin' Man third on the outside, on the rail, great success. They turn for home 124-4 in the Breeders' Crown. It's Donato Hanover. Arch Madness on the outside, stepping out there looking to wear him down. Donato Hanover put the test. Arch Madness, here comes Flirtin' Man. John Campbell with dead aim. As Arch Madness gets to Donato, Donato's defeated. Arch Madness, Flirtin' Man, final surge. Arch Madness, Sears and Smithhammer, kings of the crowd. Flirtin' Man was second, Donato Hanover third. It's
In our From the Vault segment, first of the day, look back to the great Arch Madness. And you said one of your favorite Breeders' Crown memories, Mike.
Yeah, for sure. One of my favorite British Crown memories. I'm obviously a race caller, or a backup race caller at Northfield Park, and that was one of my favorite race calls from Ken Workenden there. You know, it just high power, high intensity, and you know, one of the best races that we've seen.
Absolutely, and Arch Madness, what a Breeders' Crown record. Yep. He assembled one of the very best ever in the history of the series, which began way back in 1984. Here we are in 2021. Nice 2-day format. The 3-year-olds and the older campaigners take center stage today. There's a look at the field for our first contest. The 3-year-old fillies on the pace here. An excellent field assembled for this. We'll take a look back at the history of this particular division. And when you look at it in recent history anyway, driver Yannick Gingras has really owned the division, winning the last 2 times, but John Campbell winning as driver ever. Peaky Sneaky, though, set that stakes record last year.
Yeah, Peaky Sneaky setting the stakes record at Harrah's Hoosier Park. The record purse back in 2003 right here at the Meadowlands Racetrack was $720,000. And how about some of the owners and trainers on the list, Greg? Some names that we recognize for sure.
Absolutely, and on the breeding side, several of the most prominent breeding operations in the sport's history, all with 2 winners each, including Blue Chip, Hanover, Peretti, and White Birch Farms. So, can Yannick Gingras make it the natural hat trick in the 3-year-old filly pace division? We will find out shortly, but right now it's time to meet the other member of our broadcast team. Now, last night we were envious of Heather for being inside and warm. Perhaps roles have reversed today. It's pretty nice out here, Heather.
Yeah, you guys have a beautiful day, and I know I am inside, but I definitely wouldn't say I'm stuck inside. I am in the Diamond Creek Winners Lounge. It is the party room, and you know, they say that you can never have too much fun. That is a really great saying, because last night races, oh my goodness, we had a ball here, and now we double the fun today with 8 races. Again, you know, Diamond Creek Farm, they sponsor the Winner's Circle, so after the connections get their picture taken and they're celebrating in the Winner's Circle, they walk right up to the grand. They come in the Diamond Creek Winners Lounge. We have champagne. We watch the race. We do interviews. I just pulled some people aside. It could be a breeder, could be an owner. You never know. So just stay to find a happy connection no matter what. Back to you guys.
Well, Heather, I know Mike and I later in the day are going to be hungry. We're probably going to be looking to order a pizza somewhere. We understand that you maybe have some good recommendations on local pizza places. Is that true?
Yeah, I seek to find my way. Like, I have Pizza Radar. If there's any pizza around, I find it. So if you just hang out with me, I'll get you a good pizza.
All right, good stuff. Well, we look forward to checking in with Heather throughout the afternoon. Enjoy yourself over there. It's going to be a lot of fun, and we are getting ready for a fun afternoon and a highly entertaining one as well. Really the who's who of the sport here today for the Breeders' Crown, where we have 8 championship finals, a quartet for the 3-year-olds and a quartet for the older performers as well. Just a thought, Mike, on the 2-day format. It's nice to be able to kind of spread the events over a couple of days, and you know, when you look at the weather we had last night, it's great that we're able to showcase really the heart of the event here today in terms of the number of finals under much better weather conditions.
Yeah, you're not kidding. I mean, obviously they had 13 live races last night right here at the Meadowlands, but you know, splitting it over the 2 days, it kind of breaks things up a little bit, kind of gives the new stars their own stage to set up on. You know, the 2-year-olds are the stars of tomorrow, so to speak. And so it kind of gives them a little bit of their own stage. And then, of course, we have the 3-year-old and upwards today as we prepare for the 3-year-old filly pace here. You know, I like the 2-day format for sure.
Final preparations in the paddock happening right now as we get set to meet the field for our first contest. Recapping the poll question today, we asked our viewers to tell us who was the most impressive of the 4 winners from last night, and the early returns that I'm seeing on our social feeds say Nikki Hill, pretty much unanimous.
Well, you know, Nikki Hill was ultra impressive last night, winning by 4.5-5 lengths. I, on the other hand, you know, I'm going to go with the 2 photo finish winners myself. You know, Joviality obviously digging in, and then, you know, the big Gulf Shores battle right there at the end. So Joviality would have probably been my pick in the poll question, but Nikki Hill, I mean, just an absolutely dominant filly, and, you know, it'll be interesting to see what she's like next year.
Getting a look at them making their way out. Just saw Scott Zeron. He'll be on board the 2 Marsala Hanover. Mark McDonald has the drive here on Think of Galaxies. Teams up with trainer John McDermott. They've had a great deal of success in in recent years. There's a flashy looking She's a Freak Like Me with the big white blaze down the front. Andy Miller and Stacy Kyoto teaming up here. Interesting when you look at the stats line on this one, and you don't see it too often at this point in the year in this division. 22 starts, so well seasoned coming into this event.
Yeah, She's a Freak Like Me has been racing a lot, has 2 wins, and has hit the board in 10 of 22 starts. She's really been racing well for trainer Stacy Kyoto as they begin to exit the paddock here. The 5 Grace Hill, Greg, 8-1 currently. Obviously, Test of Faith is the talk of the tote board at 1-5, but Grace Hill is a very nice filly in her own right, and you're getting some really good value if you think Test of Faith is vulnerable.
Nifty Norman trains Grace Hill. Todd McCarthy will be in the driver's seat behind this one. Looking back at the past record in this particular division, it's surprising to me that some of the trainers involved today have not had a winner in this particular 3-year-old filly pace division, and among them, Nifty Norman, with all of the good horses he's had over the years. Firestart Hanover, he's got really strengthened numbers here as well. She was the 2-year-old Breeders' Crown champion from last year at Hoosier Park and looks to add a second crown title to her already impressive resume. Time to meet the field now. We'll pick it up here at the 2. Marcella Hanover, Scott Zeron teaming up with Linda Toscano, 3 for 13 on the season.
Number 3, Think of Galaxies. Race to the Courageous Lady at Northfield Park 2 starts back was 3rd for Jonathan Klee Racing and Peter Kleinhans. John McDermott is the trainer, and Mark McDonald in the sulky.
The aforementioned She's a Freak Like Me makes her 23rd start of the season. A daughter of Sweet Blue. Andy Miller will drive.
Next in the field, the 5 Grace Hill looks for win number 12 for Tom Hill, who is an owner out of the United Kingdom for trainer Nifty Norman, and Todd McCarthy will drive.
And Tom, of course, celebrating after Nikki Hill was such an authoritative winner last night. Mackie Hanover there. Tom Fanning trains the daughter of Captain Treacherous, $85,000 winner this year. Brett Miller on board.
Happy birthday to Tom Fanning as well. 7 Blue Diamond Dyes is owned by Thomas and Scott Dillon. Ron Burke is the trainer. Yannick Jingra is the driver. Not often you get a big price, 5-1 currently on the 7.
Brett Pelling has had success in this event. He did win back in 1996 with Mystical Maddie. Sends out post 8 starter Test of Faith. David Miller on board.
The 2-year-old filly champion is the 9 Firestart Hanover for the Penske Stables. David Hose and Lawrence Means. Nifty Norman is the trainer. Dexter Dunn looking for another Breeders' Crown victory.
And this year's Jugette champion, all decked out in pink. She'll be easy to find on the racetrack. 3rd last year in the rookie filly pace final. Scarlett Hanover, one of 2 that took the bye into today's final. The other was Test of Faith, who we talked about for Brett Pelling, looking for his 2nd crown victory. David Miller will drive today, and earlier this afternoon, Mike caught up with David for his thoughts.
Here at the paddock with David Miller, and David, let's talk a little bit about the champion Test of Faith. You guys just left the Buckeye State in the Courageous Lady. Boy, was she razor sharp that night.
Yeah, she raced really, really good. She got a great trip and finished up real strong.
Now let's talk about the Jugette. Obviously, you know, she was a 2nd place horse in the Jugette, but the track was really off that day. She really bounced back from that effort.
Yeah, you know, she won the first heat there, really handy, really strong, and I was a bit surprised she got caught. You know, the track was playing, you know, the front or even close to the front wasn't no good, so maybe I had her too close. I don't know, but she bounced back after that and been racing well.
Now, obviously, you guys took the bye, didn't have to race in the elimination. You come right to the final. Does the time off worry you at all?
No, not at all. Brett knows what he's doing.
All right, David. Hopefully we'll see you on the other side. Good luck.
Thanks.
David Miller sounding ultra confident. He looks for a 3rd win in this Breeders' Crown division. He won back in 2008 with A&G's Confusion and came back in 2015 with Divine Caroline. Has a great opportunity here. Mike, you got to see the filly firsthand at Northfield Park. How impressive was she?
Oh my goodness, super impressive. You know, she was gapping at the half, and you know, I got the benefit of calling the race, and at the half, I'm like, you know, maybe she might be vulnerable here. Oakwood Annabella, who won the next to last race last night, was the leader at the half, and heading up the backstretch, David Miller tipped her to the outside, and boy, did she just take off. So, a really, really impressive filly, but, there are other horses in this field that are ultra impressive. It's not often you see a $1 million lifetime earner like the 7 Blue Diamond Eyes currently sitting at 5-1 behind a 2-5 choice here.
And number 9, Firestart Hanover, same scenario, $1 million on her card, 12-time winner in 25 starts. She's 9-1, just missed in the elimination by a head last week. She's the one I'm going to go to here, just simply trying to find a price, and I agree, Test of Faith, worthy of favorite status, no question. She is the now horse in the division and has really looked dominant in recent weeks. But 2-5 in a field of this quality, there's a good look at another one that's working her way to millionaire status sooner rather than later. Scarlet Hanover, she had a big Grand Circuit win earlier in the year in the Jugette.
Yeah, a couple of nice horses coming from your neck of the woods, Greg. Scarlet Hanover, who we're looking at now, was an Ontario Sire Stakes champion and received a bye right here into the Breeders' Crown final. Firestart Hanover won the Fan Hanover up at Woodbine Mohawk Park. As we take a look now at the 5 Grace Hill, Todd McCarthy is in the sulky for trainer Nifty Norman, the Pennsylvania Sire Stakes champion this year. She also won the James Lynch Memorial, so a couple of Grand Circuit victories for Grace Hill as well.
The fastest horse in the field is Blue Diamond Eyes, who you talked about, and earlier this year a winner in 147 and 4, has the benefit of leaving inside many of the main rivals here today, and that could be key with Yannick Gingras in the driver's seat, and a guy that recently went over the $200 million mark in career earnings. How would you play the race? Let's put our handicapping lights on here as we near post time.
So, these races are tough, right? You've got a 2-5 heavy favorite and Test of Faith, and, this kicks off the 20-cent Survivor Pick 7. And if you ask me as a handicapper, if you're playing the Pick 7, it's a long sequence, it gets expensive quick, so either you have to single Test of Faith or you have to pitch her completely and maybe use some of the other logical horses. For me, I think Test of Faith is the best of this group. I think that she's going to be the key horse for me. So if I'm playing, a pick-end wager, I'm keying around Test of Faith. So kick off the 20-cent Survivor Pick 7. And if you're playing the Survivor Pick 7, it's a mandatory payout today.
Another trainer that is surprising when you look at it. He hasn't been able to find the winner's circle yet in this particular division as Tony Alagna. He's got an outsider in this spot, number 1, Notorious Pink. I think the type of horse that looks very attractive to include in the exotic somewhere, though, will have the benefit of just simply trying to get away somewhere in maybe mid-pack or up a little bit closer to the front and simply follow and race that final quarter, let some others do the heavy lifting and perhaps beat themselves up and be Johnny on the spot, if you will.
Yeah, one thing about Notorious Pink, she does her best work when on or near the lead. And Greg, you see down the post line there, post 7, post 10, post 8, she finally draws the rail. She actually looked pretty decent in her elimination, was 9th in last year's Breeders' Crown final. I think she'll do much better here facing the sophomores for trainer Tony Alagna. She was a winner of the $50,000 Kentucky Commonwealth Series final down in Kentucky this year. And we know the Kentucky program, Greg, has kind of built itself up over the past few years, because you can dual register. You can be New Jersey sired and go to Kentucky and race, or Ohio and vice versa.
Yeah, you're going to hear big things in Kentucky. And speaking of that, want to mention again our co-presenting sponsor today, Root and Riddle Equine Hospital. They want to welcome everybody to the 2021 Breeders' Crown Championships. Locations in Saratoga, New York, Wellington, Florida, and Lexington, Kentucky. Root and Riddle, dedicated to the care of show and sport horses, providing skilled practitioners with expertise in sports medicine, lameness, imaging, podiatry, reproduction, and surgical services. Wonderful to have them on board as a presenting sponsor of our Breeders' Crown coverage. And a big thank you again to the Central Ontario Standardbred Association, COSA, for making this possible through the COSA-TV platform. The starting gate is in motion. Fasten your seatbelts, folks. It's going to be a fun afternoon at the Big M. And once again today, we've got the legendary Roger Houston in town. He'll call the first 2 on Breeders' Crown Day 2.
Starter in the preferred equine starting gate has called the horses to the post. And they're going to give a turn. So windows are still open. Betting favorite at 2-5. The 8, Test of Faith.
All right, looks like we're just going to have a slight delay here, so it'll give us a final moment or two to look over the odds situation. Nothing really has changed.
Nope.
Test of Faith opened up around that 2-5 mark and remains there. Let's talk about implications. A Breeders' Crown trophy today for her. Does it make her 3-year-old filly pacer of the year?
Yeah, I would have to say so. I mean, she's a contender for Horse of the Year, no doubt about it. There's some really nice horses. I think Venerable was also a contender for Horse of the Year, but one thing about Venerable, she's not here. She made a break in her elimination, did not make the final. So Test of Faith, it's kind of her season to kind of wrap up and win or lose, right? You know, as far as the Horse of the Year honors are concerned. Looks like equipment issues here with number 5, Grace Hill, so they're stepping out to adjust those. Standing there like a true professional that she is, and the starting gate moving back into position.
Yeah, better to have these delays on a day like today. Last night, you know, that just would have been adding insult to injury. I want to quickly give a shout out to some of the folks tuning in today online. We've got Stephanie Fuller from Ontario tuning in. Patricia Nance commenting, liked Monty Mickey's performance last night as the most impressive. Scott Tarleton tuning in from Ohio. Hello to Scott. We've got Paula Langheim tuning in as well and cheering on Test of Faith here today. See Lauren House, a good buddy of mine from the London area, online as well. If you're tuning in today on the Breeders' Crown Facebook platform or the COSA-TV platform, love to have everybody on board, and want to hear from you as well. Let us know where you are watching from. Good luck if you're in that Pick the Driver contest today. Got Winter Davies from Ontario. Kim from East Windsor joining us. How about Robert Harrison from the UK? So worldwide audience tuning in for Breeders' Crown coverage today. Sherry Curtis Graham tuning in from Lexington, Kentucky. Boy, another great couple of weeks there recently. It's really the center of the racing universe, isn't it, in early to mid-October? Yeah, that's for sure. And if you've never been to the Red Mile, you should really go and witness some of the racing down there at the Red Clay. You know, I got to sit up with Gabe Pruitt there for a couple of years, and you know, what a great place to just watch racing. It's kind of just reminiscent. There's apartment complexes all the way around the turns, the backstretch, you know, hotels all around. You can watch the racing from your room. So it's really centrally located in a college town. Yeah, University of Kentucky there with their great athletics programs. You've got Keeneland just up the road. It's around opening weekend there as well. Another quick shout out, Dennis Eckert tuning in today. Gareth Thomas from Wales as well. Hi, everybody. Once again, let's go back upstairs to Roger Houston with our first Breeders' Crown of the day.
For the 4th. From the inside out, Notorious Pink, Marcella Hanover. Think of Galaxies. She's a Freak Like Me. Grace Hill, Mackie Hanover. Blue Diamond Eyes, Test of Faith, Firestart Hanover, and Scarlet Hanover on the outside. A field of 10. Breeders' Crown final, 3-year-old filly pacers for $600,000, and here they come. They're off and pacing, and it's Grace Hill going right out for the early lead. Blue Diamond Eyes up on the outside. Notorious Pink gets away at the pylons. Taking a seat into the turn, Marcella Hanover is here 4th as they race around the turn. Firestart Hanover up on the outside. Now 2nd and going right on to the top. Grace Hill is there 2nd. Notorious Pink racing 3rd. Racing 4th, Marcella Hanover 5th at the pylons. That's Blue Diamond Eyes as they race down the backside. Racing 6th on the outside, Test of Faith. Think of Galaxy as 8th, opening quarter, 27 flat. Down the backside, going to the halfway station. She's a freak like me on the inside, and trailing the field, it's Mackie Hanover. Going to the halfway point, showing the way, Dexter Dunn, and Fire Start Hanover has the margin by a length and a quarter. Right there, second is Grace Hill as the race by the halfway point, and 55-4, 28-4, second panel. Into the final turn, on top of the field, it's Fire Start Hanover by a length and a quarter. Moving up on the outside, here comes Yannick Jinga, and Blue Diamond Eyes now second. Grace Hill racing third, fourth on the outside. Test of Faith now with the cover around the final turn, going to the three-quarter mark. Scarlet Hanover, 3 back on the outside flow. 1:23-2, 27-3 backside. Less than an eighth of a mile to go. On top of the field, Fire Start Hanover. Test of Faith closing in with every stride on the outside. Battle to the wire. It's Fire Start Hanover, Test of Faith, Blue Diamond Eyes. Scarlet Hanover comes late, but it's all Test of Faith. Scarlet Hanover is here second. Photo for show, 1:49 4/5.
1:49 and 4/5 of a stake, second off of the stakes record for Test of Faith. Despite being parked pretty much the entire way, she had cover to follow, and that's all that a filly of this caliber needs. She was swelling up on the helmet, and you knew what kind of response you would get in the home stretch. So another big win on her resume, Mike, and her 3-year-old legend is growing.
Yeah, you're not kidding. Now 13 for 15 with this victory. Over 600,000 was the 600,000 was the purse. So it'll take her to $1 million this season. And you know, we talked about Sharton being the first mare to make $1 million a couple of years ago. Test of Faith in her own right now, over $1 million this season. That is just so impressive. And in my mind, she's wrapping up the Horse of the Year voting right now.
She's definitely going to be in the conversation and right up in the top of most people's voting this year. Test of Faith getting it done, 49-4. Let's talk about the time, because I think it's worthy of mentioning, considering the weather that we saw here last night all the way overnight and into today. That's a very good time. I don't think the track's going to be exactly lightning fast today. So, I think had the track been not the victim of all that heavy rain yesterday, we might have seen a new stakes record. Yeah, without a doubt. And the track crew here at the Meadowlands did a fantastic job. I actually got a chance to walk out on the racetrack when I caught the van to come over, and it wasn't real soupy, kind of like it was last night, even at the start of the night where things, it was kind of drizzling a little bit. And so I think we're going to see some fast times, but 8-10, 9-7 across the line. How about Scarlet Hanover and Fire Start Hanover, the two horses coming in from up north of the border, running second and third here? Absolutely. The outside post positions, all 4 outside post positions hit the top 4, led by Test of Faith. But Scarlet Hanover, yes, I think the connections would be ecstatic with that result from a post 10 start. Overlooked totally here at 18-1. She's an excellent second. Fire Start Hanover did kind of all the heavy lifting up front, and I thought it hung in well. I'm not sure how well the front end will play here today. I think the track's going to be just that little bit tiring, perhaps, but we'll see. We'll monitor that. Nonetheless, I think a really good effort for her. And Blue Diamond Eyes, you have to tip your cap to her, because just the victim of a really tough trip circumstance this afternoon. Without a doubt. And one horse I'm kind of surprised, Greg, that didn't hit the board is the 5 Grace Hill. Saved ground the entire way around and looked like she was getting a pretty good trip, and is obviously not on the ticket. So, tough trip there for Grace Hill, but Nifty Norman finishing second with Fire Start Hanover after winning the Breeders' Crown with her in the 2-year-old division last year, as we watch Test of Faith come back to the winner's circle. And what a nice, regal-looking filly she is. She's now 13 for 15 this season, and dominant against a very deep, talented division. We talked about that before. You've got Scarlet Hanover, who with her second place finished this year well over $500,000 in seasonal earnings. Blue Diamond Eyes, more than $500,000 on her card. and Firestart Hanover, the same case scenario. So she's dominating an excellent group this year, and that's a testament to the kind of filly we're looking at. So with that 13 for 15 record and a Breeders' Crown title now on her resume, you're right. I think certainly a strong candidate for overall year-end honors. There's a look at the Happy Winner's Circle. Brett Pelling picks up his second Breeders' Crown trophy in this division, again won back in 1996 with the top pacing filly Mystical Maddie. And for Dave Miller, yes, it's Miller time again this afternoon, a third Breeders' Crown trophy in this particular category. And he continues year after year to build that Breeders' Crown trophy case up, and he's one of the best ever in the series.
Yeah, you're not kidding. A couple years ago at Woodbine Mohawk, or excuse me, at Woodbine, it was the final Breeders' Crown up at Woodbine. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, 5 Breeders' Crown victories that night?
He
correct?
won 5 on the driving side, and Jimmy Tactor won 6 on the training side.
Amazing. The year Always Be Mickey was the talk of the town as a 3-year-old that year before he went on to, of course, set that 146 world record the following year.
I remember it well. I had the duties of interviewing the Winner's Circle, you know, the people that you know, were there presenting, and all of the winners that night. And I can tell you it was every bit as bad as last evening was here, maybe even worse. So it really sticks out in the memory bank, but in a good way. That was an historic night in the history of the series, and no other trainer had dominated a Breeders' Crown program like that. It was the night they had all 12 in one program, so it was a bit of a different format that year, and Dave Miller piloting 5 of the winners on the program on the driver's side.
Interesting enough here as well, Test of Faith with the victory in the Breeders' Crown. We just saw the sign in the Winner's Circle. They have been invited to the TVG final right here at the Meadowlands coming up in November. So congratulations to the connections there. It'll be nice to see if Test of Faith will continue her reign right up through November in the TVG final.
Absolutely. As you can see, it's a nice afternoon here at the set location, much more pleasant for us and enjoyable, and I'm sure for you viewing today and getting to watch the action. You know, even watching it on TV last night, a little bit difficult to, you know, see what these youngsters had to try and perform in last evening, and what a great show they put on. We're off to a great start here today. The big guns off to a very good beginning on Breeders' Crown Day 2. Test of Faith as a Breeders' Crown champion runs her record to 13 for 15 on the season. Time for a commercial break. We'll come back with some Winner's Circle reaction next.
On the outside. Discover the best in North American standardbred racing at Woodbine Mohawk Park. T-Tric's got the motor start. With over 200,000 per night in purses, racing 4 nights a week, and an industry-leading stakes program, Woodbine Mohawk Park offers the most opportunities to win. Rushes up on the far outside. Join the growing ranks of owners from all over the globe and race with us at Woodbine Mohawk Park.
Perfect 2-year-old season, but she's just been sensational. Not easy today with a tough trip.
Well, we have faith in her. I mean, so she's pretty well named. I mean, she's as honest as any horse she'll ever be around, and she recovers well. And you know, she's a little bit stoic. You know, she doesn't really tell us, you know, if she's like super sharp, but she's always sharp. So, you know, she got a beautiful nature about her, and just a real sweetheart.
And no Breeders' Crown at the age of 2, of course. How special is it to get this big win near the end of the season at 3?
Oh, for sure. I mean, she was a New York side filly last year, so we figured that we'd go through that circuit, and by the time we got to the Crown, it'd be super late. And, it seemed like it was a big ask, but we kept eligible for this year, and it's just awesome. It's awesome that she got this, and really happy for the owners.
Now, I know I'm getting way ahead of myself, but the 3-year-old Breeders' Crown champion, they get an invite to the TVG near the end of the season. Eddie Schott, you'll take a look at that.
Well, yeah, we're going to race in the Matron, and I think that's probably a couple of weeks after that. So we'll see how it is. I mean, like I say, she recovers so well. It's not out of the question.
And you got a couple of Horse of the Year candidates in your barn. Obviously, this field being one of them. How about Allywag Hanover a bit later on today? How's he come again?
Oh, mate, both of them. I mean, to come to the barn every day and you're around those two horses, I mean, they're winners. And, and they're flashy, they're beautiful gaited, and, they cover the ground so good. They make my job, it's a real blessing to be around them. And, for her and Allywag to be kind of fighting it out, it's a bit strange, actually. But, I think they deserve in their categories, and whatever happens with the voters with Horse of the Year, it'll be a tough call.
Well, congratulations. We're all looking forward to seeing Test of Faith at her next start, and we'll look forward to seeing Allywag Hanover a bit later this afternoon.
Rood and Riddle Equine Hospital is a worldwide leader in equine healthcare, providing a full menu of services and treatment for all breeds and disciplines of horses, from the family companion to the high-performance athlete. Learn more today. Visit roodandriddle.com. Established in 1982, Rood and Riddle Equine Hospital is a worldwide leader in equine healthcare, providing a full menu of specialties of services and treatment for all breeds and disciplines of horses, from the family companion to the high-performance athlete. Learn more today about Rood and Riddle Equine Hospital. Visit roodandriddle.com or call 888-773-4838.
They are off, competing for over $4 million in purses this season. Join us to witness the best the sport of harness racing has to offer and celebrate Harrah's Hoosier Park's 2021 championship season alongside family, fun entertainment, handicapping contests, giveaways, and more. Be sure to catch the hottest harness racing action now through December 4th. First post is 6:30 p.m. Visit harrahshoosierpark.com for a full lineup of racing events, live entertainment, and casino promotion.
Trap, Jade Lobel now shuffled back to 6th. Marvelous 7th, Golden Greek is still trailing the field into the final turn. Run the table and call for rain. Those two matching stride for stride. 3/4 in 125 flat. That third quarter 27-4 around the final turn. Run the table, holding off Call for Rain. On the inside, Rumpus Hanover's had a good trip, and as they turn for home, it is Run the Table by 2. On the outside, Call for Rain coming back after him. Run the Table, Call for Rain on the outside. They're coming to the wire, and they are heads apart in 153 flat.
All right, everybody, we are in the Diamond Creek Winners Lounge. Test of Faith, just incredible performance from her. Now, this is Bob Brady from Kentuckiana Farm. So tell me, who are the owners with you?
Kentuckiana from Melvin Siegel and Eddie Grand.
All right. Now, we're going to tell you guys a little backstory. We get Melvin on camera. He's a little bit shot. Do we know Melvin was the one that picked the filly out?
Yes, Melvin purchased her and come in later. It's great. We've been friends for 40 years. It's a deal.
Well, that was very nice of him to do that. Melvin, can I get Melvin in here? Please.
Melvin,
We're trying. Anyway, so here's Melvin. All right, so Melvin Siegel, he picked the filly out. What did you love about her?
Well, I had the dam, and I had her, and then we had 2 foals out of her, and they were both exceptional foals, and just liked the way she looked, the way she went, confirmation. And then I called Bob to look at her, and he loved her, and then we bought her.
Yeah, what's not to love, right? Are there words to put in, like how incredible it is to have her and win a Breeders' Crown today?
This is one of a lifetime. I mean, this is just exceptional for us. It is as good as it gets for us. But Bob and I have been friends for over 40 years. And we were always hoping to have something like this. And today was the day.
All right. You got her. Thanks, guys, so much. Thank you. All right. We're going to have more winners later on. That was the 4th. After the 5th, I will sit back here on the creek, a winner lounge. Congratulations to Tessa Faith and all the connections.
Absolutely. Thank you again, Heather. And for Kentuckiana Farms, surprising, their first win in this particular division, one of the premier breeding facilities in all of North America, and congratulations to them on the big win. Congratulations to trainer Brett Pelling. He sits 7th all time on the trainer side in Breeders' Crown history. Dave Miller 2nd only behind John Campbell, and adding to those totals as well. As we get a look at them making their way out for our next Breeders' Crown contest from the Paddock area, the aged Mare Trot. Coming up, we'll give you a look at the field page and how they're going to line up here, and then we'll maybe take a look at the overall Breeders' Crown speed records as well. Want to welcome everybody tuning in today all over the world. Had Blake McIntosh chime in, wondering how I get that little bit of gray in my beard. And I'm thinking, a little bit of gray? I think it's more than a little bit.
I just started noticing a little bit of gray in mine, so I'm starting to panic a little bit, but you know, it doesn't look so bad.
I have as much gray as probably comparable to the amount of broken cell phones that Blake has. Hi to Blake, hi to everybody tuning in today. Thank you so much for joining us and chiming in. And really love hearing where everyone is watching from today. We've had folks from down under, we've had folks from Wales, the UK, all over Canada and the US as well. And I know folks in Sweden are watching today online as well. There's a look at the overall speed records, and in the open trot division, Manchego, who's won back-to-back in 19 and 20. She holds the overall record of 151 taken at Mohawk Park. The record purse was at Mohawk back in 2007. And when you look at the leading driver in this category, Dan Dubé leads the way, and a big part of that was a mare called Emoticon Hanover.
Yeah, a couple of nice horse for the Determination stable. Luke Blay has had a lot of success right here at the Meadowlands. Him and Bob McClure teamed up for the Hambletonian just a couple of years ago, as they are stepping onto the racetrack for the Breeders' Crown Open Filly Mare Trot.
$300,000 on the line. Let's meet the field. Number 1, Refined, a daughter of Uncle Peter. Virgil Morgan Jr. trained. She's 8 for 19 this year, $350,000 made lifetime, and we'll have Brett Miller to do the driving.
As many things as Atlanta has done, it's amazing. She's never won a Breeders' Crown. She'll try to do it today for Crawford Farms. Brad Grant, Howard Taylor, Ron Burke is the conditioner, Yannick Gingras drives. If she hits the board and gets a check, she'll go over $3 million.
Trond Smedshammer has had tremendous success over the years in the Breeders' Crown series, and he'll send out number 3, Thankful No, as we get a look at Atlanta on screen. Thankful No is a 6-year-old Muscle Hill lass. She's 3 for 11 on the season. She'll be a long shot in the wagering. Trond is going to be doing the driving.
Next up will be number 4, Sorella, for Elmer Fannin, the Crawford Farms Racing, and Brett Fannin. Nancy Tactor is the conditioner. Dexter Dunn is the driver. Sorella has proven that she can get over this racetrack with a victory last year in the Hambletonian Oaks.
Another of the females in the field who has won the Hambletonian, Ramona Hill. She's on the comeback trail. Only 5 starts this year, looking for her first win. She was better last week in the elimination.
Felicity Shagwell was a winner 3 starts back at the Open at Lexington. Is owned by Knutson Trotting Incorporated for Okas Fonstead, who trains and drives. Number 6, Felicity Shagwell.
Brett Pelling, Dave Miller, they'll look to come right back here with the $1.5 million career winner, When Doves Cry. She has been one of the best in the division the last couple of seasons.
Marcus Millander looks to earn another Breeders' Crown victory with the 8 Hypnotic AM for this 4-year-old mare who accepted a bye into the final. Courant Incorporated is the owner, and Brian Sears in the colors of Courant Incorporated.
Per Engblom trainee Westland Quest is number 9, a daughter of Man of Many Missions, $415,000 on her card lifetime. Joe Bongiorno in the driver's seat.
And Tim Tetrick drives the 10 Next Level Stuff for the Run to Table Stables. Jim Campbell, who also trains, and Tim Tetrick, like I said, is in the sulky, and it's a homebred here for the Run the Table Stables. 16 lifetime wins in 35 starts.
So it's going to be a battle of past Hambletonian winners here in the Mare's Open Trot. Looking forward to it, just moments away. Right now, let's take a look back at last week's elimination race to see how these mares arrived here.
Mackie Hanover stride for stride with Paula's Bet Hanover. 1:23.27 flat speed in that third quarter from Grace Hill. They try to close in on Grace Hill. Notorious Pink on the inside. Fire Start Hanover, a big effort first over. And here comes Blue Diamond Dives on the outside. Grace Hill put to the test here. Fire Start Hanover, a gigantic effort. Closing in Blue Diamond.
We apologize, just a technical glitch there. We had the wrong race. We'll see if we can get that for you. In the meantime, let's take a quick look at the odds board. And Atlanta, overwhelmingly favored right now. She's got her game back on track in recent weeks. She has won a couple in a row, including that elimination from a week ago. A diminishing margin of victory at the wire, but she held on and beat When Doves Cry by almost a full length.
Yeah, it's hard to believe, like I said, that she's never won a Breeders' Crown Championship. Her win rate, over 50%. I mean, just absolutely amazing to see what Atlanta has done. She's done everything there is to do in racing. If she could pick up a Breeders' Crown victory tonight, who knows, maybe she could battle Test of Faith, and the two fillies will duke it out for Horse of the Year honors. Marcus
Melander sends out number 8, Hypnotic AM. Still flying high, no doubt, from his big win last night with Joviality. Earlier today, Mike caught up with him to talk about Hypnotic AM.
Recording? Okay, 5th race, Marcus Melander, Hypnotic AM. Good? Okay. Here at the paddock with Marcus Melander. And Marcus, coming off a big night last night with Joviality, you entered today with Hypnotic AM and a bunch of others. Obviously, the weather will be a little bit easier to deal with today.
Yeah, it looks really nice out there, so yeah, a lot better.
Now let's talk a little bit about Hypnotic AM. Kind of been a hit or miss season for her. Okay,
all righty, a couple of little stumbles there. The pre-recorded interviews, of course, were done earlier today, so they're going to get that queued up for us. And hey, that's TV for you.
Yeah.
And yeah, but Marcus had the big win last night, and I loved getting that candid reaction from him last night as you know, the race had just concluded, and we had that long dramatic photo, and got to watch him and the other connections awaiting the result. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, him and Domenico Cecere. I was in the paddock last night and sitting there with them, and Marcus got ready to head to the track, and he sort of started to run, and then he came back. He goes, "I want to see them posted first." So, you know, the high drama that you see, and obviously the connections, they want to see their numbers posted first before they head to the winner's circle van. But as they're on the racetrack now, we're looking at number 2, Atlanta. So we head to number 3, Thankful No for trainer Tron Smedjammer.
There's a look at Tron. We talked about the success he has had in the Breeders' Crown Series over the years. You saw earlier today one of your favorites from yesteryear, Arch Madness, one of many that Tron has had in the winner's circle. Not as much. He's not as high profile the last few years. You know, we don't see him quite as prevalent, but a guy you never want to totally overlook, right? And in this event, he's going to be a huge long shot with Thankful No, but a talented filly in her own right.
I got a chance earlier to talk to Marcus Melander about Hypnotic AM, and one thing he said about her, you know, obviously she only shows one victory this year, but you know, the one thing he said about her was there's not a whole lot of races for the 4-year-old mares. So she was having to face the Colts and Geldings in the Graduate and whatnot, and you know, she's only got one win in 12 starts this year, but she's been kind of racing well, and she qualified well leading up to the Breeders' Crown here, obviously taking the bye. She went right to the front in her qualifier and was second to Hambletonian champion Forbidden Trade.
What do you make of Ramona Hill as we get close to post time? The Hambo champ from last year, this season really has not gotten on track for her, only 5 starts coming in. I thought much better in that most recent. Is it a sign that she's ready to get back into the win column against these types?
Yeah, it's very much possible. I wasn't overly happy with her Breeders' Crown elimination, but she raced much better than the line shows. I'm shocked right now at the price on her. 5-1. I really thought you would get a much higher price here. Offer 10-1 morning line for trainer Tony Alania. She draws into a better spot here. I meant to catch up with Tony Alania and Andrew McCarthy earlier as they get ready to hit to the gate, but Ramona Hills just kind of had an up and down season. How nice would it be to conclude the season with a victory here at the Breeders' Crown?
Here we go. The open trot. Some of the top female square gators in the sport of harness racing. Getting set to go head to head here. Once again, we'll head upstairs and join Roger Houston for the call.
Side out, we've got Refined, Atlanta, Thankful No, Sorella, Ramona Hill, Felicity Shagwell, and Wind Doves Cry, Hypnotic AM, Westland Quest, and Next Level Stuff. 3-year-old and up, Filly and Mare, Trot, 300,000 on the line, and here they come. They're off and trotting, and who guessed it? Felicity Shagwell right out to grab the early lead. Refined on the inside, on the outside, Westland Quest. As they race into the turn, go on to the first 8. Atlanta gets away 4th. 5th on the outside, Sorella. Thankful No on the inside, 6. Ramona Hills 7th. When Doves Cry racing 8th. Hypnotic AM is 9th and trailing the field. Next Level Stuff as they race over the quarter in 27 3/5. On to the backside in the 3/8 mark. Felicity Shagwell S has the lead by a length and a quarter. Westland Quest is here second. Refined racing third. Atlanta to Pylons 4th. Racing 5th. That's Thankful No. Down the backside, going to the 3/4 mark. Moving on the outside, Sorella as they near the halfway station. Up the inside comes Next Level Stuff, and here comes Atlanta. Now 4th, now 3rd on the outside, going after the leaders off the half. 57-2, a cakewalk. 2nd quarter, 29-4. Felicity Shagwell S has the lead by a length. Atlanta up on the outside 2nd, racing 3rd. Around the turn, Westland Quest on the outside 4th. Thankful No moves into position with the cover. Racing 5th on the inside is Refined. Sorella on the outside 6th. 3/4 in 1:25-4. Now they're stepping 28-2. Backside. Off the course and into the inside lane is Westland Quest. Felicity Shagwell S the leader. Atlanta's on the outside. But it's going to be Upke Swanstead and Felicity Shagwell S by 2 1/4. Atlanta is 2nd, home 3rd. Wind Doves Cry. Photo for 4th, 1:52 2/5.
Huge final half speed of 55 seconds, a final quarter 26 3. I didn't see that one coming from Felicity Shagwell, but okay, put her on the front and really able to dictate things. He probably was surprised to see the half come up in 57-2.
Yeah, he kind of got things his own way on the front end. Roger Houston made a comment about it. 29-4, a leisurely quarter split there. Atlanta had nothing for Felicity Shagwell. I'm really surprised by that, especially off of those fractions. You know, Atlanta came first up to the outside. How about Tron Sledgehammer and Thankful Mo trying to get into it? He rode a really nice second over trip.
Yeah, on the last turn, I really thought she was going to be somewhere in the top 3 the way things were unfolding, but just tires right in here, and I think it's picked off, and I'm not sure she held on for a check or not. There's When Doves Cry on the far outside for the 2nd consecutive year. She will come from off the pace and pick up 3rd money. Atlanta, 2nd best today. Another great effort from the champion mare, but just came up against a real Bearcat today, and Felicity Shagwell, her best effort that we've seen in some time.
You know, I think the connections put her in this spot to try to win a Breeders' Crown. You know, she had to face Bold Eagle. You know, she's faced some of the upper level males in the sport. This was a good spot for her to try to, you know, maybe check her out and get a Breeders' Crown championship under her belt. Unfortunately, Felicity Shagwell had other ideas for Trader driver Okas Fonstead. 7 When Doves Cry was third Hambletonian champion. Ramona Hill raced really well here to be fourth, so 6-2-7-5 unofficially here in race number 5.
Felicity Shagwell making her way back to the Meadowlands Winners Enclosure. Time for a break, and we will hear from the winning connections in just a few moments.
On the outside of discover the best in North American standardbred racing at Woodbine Mohawk Park. T-Truck's got the motor start with over 200,000 per night in purses, racing 4 nights a week, and an industry-leading stakes program. Woodbine Mohawk Park offers the most opportunities to win. Rushes up on the far outside. Join the growing ranks of owners from all over the globe and race with us at Woodbine Mohawk Park.
Look at the blanket presentation here. Okas Fonstead, since coming to North America a few years back, he's won almost every major event for Trotters, has a Breeders' Crown title here in the Open Mares division with Felicity Shagwell. A bit of an unexpected result for sure.
Yeah, Felicity Shagwell, unexpected result, going over $500,000 here for Trader driver Okas Fonstead. Like you said, he's done everything that there is to do in the sport. He's set world records. Who could forget Sebastian K and his 149 score at the Downs at Mohegan Sun Pocono. He's won a Hambletonian with a couple of years back via disqualification. So Okas Fonstead in a good spot here as the winning connections join Okas Fonstead in the winner's circle. You see Moira Fanning there getting ready for the trophy presentation. For Felicity Shagwell, a 10-1 upsetter here, so a nice upset play for some of the bettors.
And she won an open event at Lexington 3 back, her only victory in a while, but she beat a good one there, a good male rival in It's Academic. And certainly over the course of her career, she's been very competitive. She's a great horse to include on your ticket, but rarely has she been the one in the spotlight, and understandably so when you're facing the likes of Atlanta and When Doves Cry in these major events.
Yeah, definitely. You know, this was a very talented field. You know, Atlanta, of course, was taking most of the money because of everything she's done. But, you know, you've got the likes of Hypnotic AM, Ramona Hill, Sorella. I mean, so many horses who have done so many big things in the sport of racing. You know, when they dreamed up the Breeders' Crown Series, this is the kind of field that they were hoping for.
And when you talk about a mare like Atlanta, she's closing in now, or well, in fact, today would have surpassed the $3 million mark in career earnings. She's won the Hambletonian. She's won pretty much everything. You're right. You look at the past winners in this category, and you fully expect to see her name there, because really this has been the point where these mares showcase the best of the best. The cream rises to the top when you talk the likes of Hannelore Hanover back in 2016. Then it was a Moticon Hanover back-to-back years, and the Great Manchego winning the last 2 editions. Atlanta yet to etch her name into the record books in this category, but I think she'll be back, and she's still right at top of her game. Today just probably got caught a little bit by surprise and beat by a better horse.
What's unfortunate, you know, for, you know, Ron Burke and those guys, Ron Burke has done everything there is as well in this sport, and, you know, the connections have to be disappointed. You know, they want to get Atlanta a Breeders' Crown victory. There was talk about maybe sending her to Sweden for the Elite Lap. Obviously, some, you know, kind of drama there as well. So, you know, she's heading into her 7-year-old season, and I know the Crawford Farms cannot wait to probably make her a mommy as well. Crawford Farms, Michelle Crawford, and those guys are big into breeding in the state of New York. And, you know, I'm interested to see some of the Atlanta horses and the offspring that kind of come from her once her career is wrapped up.
And we're surprised when champions like her go down to defeat, and you know, we sometimes diminish the performance they turn in. She went, I think her race today, but a 26-3 last quarter. It was going to be very difficult for anyone to get by Felicity Shagwell. For those who back that one, nicely rewarded with a $23 win ticket return. You get Atlanta and When Doves Cry, two of the favorites in behind. Ramona Hill, fourth, and again, starting to hint that she is perhaps ready to get back into the win column. And the exotics, pretty decent returns as well. 52.40 for the exactor. And today's pick 5, early pick 5 wager, a 50 center at a little over $450. So for those playing and watching along today, hopefully you've had some luck, and congratulations to you. Let's take a quick look at our leaderboard now in our Pick Your Driver contest. Through 2 races today and 6 overall, once again Dexter Dunn leading, but Tim Tetrick and Yannick have closed the gap and tied it. Let's go over trackside to Gabe Pruitt.
It didn't upset you when you saw the half pop up in 57 and change. Still no challengers.
No, that was good.
Yeah, very good there. And she really was locked and loaded last week down at the inside. She finished up with a ton of trot. There a little traffic trouble last week.
Oh, yes, that's right. But she made the final, so that was the most important.
Mission completed on that, and you, of course, captured your first Breeders' Crown here today. You've won nearly all of the major trotting stakes, most more than once. How does it feel to get your first Breeders' Crown win?
Oh, that was good. I feel good.
All right, well, congratulations. Best of luck the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Okay, Svanstead, and real humble guy too, and his record since relocating here speaks for itself.
Yeah, you're not kidding. Like you said, you know, he's done everything. You know, he's won a Hamiltonian. Sebastian K. You just never forget the late Sebastian K. Obviously, some sad moments there. You know, his passing, but you know, it's you know, because Svanstead. I mean, as we're watching the replay here on one of our monitors, I mean, he left right off the gate, and you know what was impressive about that is he got to the front, made the lead, and then wanted to control the fractions his own way, and he got the breather he needed.
Absolutely, that proved to be critical. We're going to take another short break. We'll come back and we'll hear from some of the winning ownership connections next.
Enjoy the thrill of the race anywhere, anytime with HPIBet.com. Join for free and use your smartphone, tablet, or PC to watch and wager when you can't be at the track. Stream live racing from over 450 tracks. Bet with ease from anywhere. It's safe and secure. Get rewards, race alerts, tips, and more. For a limited time, get $100 when you become a member. Plus, 1 month free live race streaming, and your first bet is on us. Go to HPIBet.com to join for free today.
Established in 1982, Rood and Riddle Equine Hospital is a worldwide leader in equine healthcare, providing a full menu of specialties of services and treatment for all breeds and disciplines of horses, from the family companion to the high-performance athlete. Learn more today about Rood and Riddle Equine Hospital. Visit roodandriddle.com or call 888-773-4838.
They are off, competing for over $4 million in purses this season. Join us to witness the best the sport of harness racing has to offer and celebrate Harrah's Hoosier Park's 2021 championship season alongside family, fun entertainment, handicapping contests, giveaways, and more. Be sure to catch the hottest harness racing action now through December 4th. First post is 6:30 p.m. Visit harrahshoosierpark.com for a full lineup of racing events, live entertainment, and casino promotion.
The start applying pressure. Sunfire Blue Chip with a loose pocket spot third. Lucan Hanover well spotted second over on the outside. Beach Memories is jammed in at the rail. Vegas Vacation third up on the outside. 3/4 and 1, 22 and 1. 26 and 4 on the backstretch. It's Captain Treacherous and Sunshine Beach, and they are slugging it out. Captain Treacherous kicks out the earplugs, and Captain Treacherous leads the way. Sunshine Beach won't go away, hanging in there on the outside. The Captain put to the test. Sunshine Beach on the outside. Captain Treacherous game. Sunshine Beach. Lucan Hanover.
Welcome back. Just outside the Paddock location at the Big M, the Meadowlands Racetrack. It is Breeders' Crown Day 2 for 2021, and a really entertaining afternoon here so far, and we're really just getting started. I want to congratulate August Vonstead, his first Breeders' Crown trophy back in the Mare's Open Trot. He'd been second 6 times, amazing, wow. And the last was in that particular division last year with Plunge Blue Chip. So he's got the monkey off his back, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him rack up a few more here in the next season or two.
As we talked about, he's done some amazing things. $34 million in training earnings, just over $22 million in earnings as well as a driver. So, you know, he's done some impressive things, and, you know, like you said, he's got the monkey off his back.
Absolutely. So congratulations once again to him. We are 2 races deep. We've for being the co-presenting sponsor here this afternoon as well. Switching to the pace next, the Glamour Boys coming up. Always a fun division, another deep group this season. Give you a look at the history in this particular category. The stakes record belongs to Racing Hill from back in 2016. Right here was a 148 and 148 winner on that occasion. The record purse from back in 2009 when the event was held at Woodbine Racetrack in Toronto, a $625,000 purse. Brett Pelling already with a Crown title under his belt this afternoon. He has won 4 times in the Glamour Boy division, and Mike LaChance is the leading driver. Let's take a look at the overall pacing records in the history of the Breeders' Crown Series, and no one has gone faster ever than Won the West.
Yeah, Won the West, 147. How about that first quarter? 25-1. Super impressive. The first half mile, 52-2 with Royal Majesty. And Won the West in that same 147 mile. We see 52-1 last half. Just amazing.
Fastest last quarter belongs to the speedy De Los Cielos Dale from 2019. He kicked home a 25-2 on that night at Woodbine, Mohawk Park. So speed records, not something we're anticipating falling today as we get ready for our next contest, but if someone is able to lower any of the speed standards, I think it's going to be ultra impressive. The track crew has done a marvelous job because, as you know, if anybody that tuned in last night, it was pretty much a monsoon. The track has taken a lot of rain, and I think it's probably just a tad tiring today, if you will, and it might be off maybe just a second or so from the normal times that we would see from these horses. But it could get better here as the afternoon wears on. Very lucky. It's been a nice day weather-wise. There's the outstanding field of 10, and I think for many people the big question mark coming in, Mike, is will today finally be the day for the hard luck Perfect Sting?
Yeah, Perfect Sting has a lot of second place efforts, coming off a victory in the Breeders' Crown elimination, off a really nice qualifier. But before that, second was a winner of the Jug elimination, was second in the Pepsi North America Cup. You know, is today the day for Hall of Fame trainer Joe Holloway? I guess we'll see. That's one of the big storylines. The other big storyline in this is Charlie May returns to the Meadowlands, the scene where he was disqualified in this year's Meadowlands Pace. So a couple of really big storylines here with Perfect Sting and Charlie May. But the other storyline is we're talking about driver records. Mike LaChance has 4 victories in this event. Tim Tetrick has 3, and he'll drive Chase H. Hanover.
And he was pretty good last week in his elimination. So I think one that you got to give some consideration to in the spot here this afternoon has been a nice look at the entire field getting ready to go in our Paddock location. For Perfect Sting, boy, he's just been knocking at the door all season long, and I think a lot of people are quietly rooting for him to finally get his moment in the spotlight, because he's a top level colt and he really does deserve it.
Yeah, our own Jess Gotten last night, she is very much a Perfect Sting fan, and for good reason. I mean, you know, $1.5 million in earnings. How could you be disappointed with Perfect Sting? But if you're looking at the win, place, and show column. 8 seconds in 15 starts, so finishing second just about half the time. It's amazing the kind of record the Perfect Sting has put together.
And, you know, it's not like the Colt doesn't know how to win.
Right.
And, you know, I think that's why people are sticking with him week after week, because you know that he is truly a top-level performer. He is a Breeders' Crown winner, of course, from last year. He was in the Big Dead Heat for win in the 2-year-old Colt division. So I've got faith in him. I think today is his day. I like the way he won the elimination, and he's really holding his form well over the course of the season.
Yeah, you're not kidding. Somebody else taking money here is the 4 A Buck a Bet Hanover, and we've heard some people talking about a Buck a Bet Hanover and how they really, really like this horse. I got a chance to talk to Edison Hatter, who's working for the Meadowlands, and he is all over a Buck a Bet Hanover. As we take a look at Buck a Bet Hanover up on the screen now, look at that. Calm, cool, and collected is a Buck a Bet Hanover. Not really the high-strung Colt that you see from a lot of the other ones.
He's another one that his backers have been with him this year through thick and thin, and he's really had his ups and downs. But when he's at his best and he brings his A game, capable of beating the very best in the division. So he should be a factor, good post to work with. Charlie May, great to see him bounce back.
Yep.
Yeah, the misfortune that he had here, he was the best horse on that night in the Meadowlands Pace, but because of circumstances was disqualified. Nonetheless, has been able to put away $622,000 this year. He's won some big ones, and you know the connections are very, very hungry to get some redemption here today and have a Breeders' Crown title under their belt when they walk away from here.
Yeah, I would like to see it too, being from Ohio. Steve Carter and those guys. Steve Carter, this is his first Breeders' Crown.
Any relation, by the way?
No, no relation. No relation to Steve Carter, but you know, this is his first Breeders' Crown. How about this? He'd like to try to win it in his first try as they get ready to line up here with the 1 Southwind Gentry going to lead the line. But Ohio connections and Brett Miller and Steve Carter, I would love to see them do really well in this race. Obviously, the state of Ohio doing some really good things here lately.
Hello again to all of our viewers tuning in on our various platforms today. We'll say hello to a few of them now. Raymond Thiel from Urbana, Ohio. Welcome aboard this afternoon, Raymond. Kim Alzowski, hopefully pronouncing that correctly. She says some of the nicest people are in harness racing.
Yeah.
And very nice of her to say that. So we're going to include you in that, Kim, and great to have you on board. Want to welcome everybody tuning in today, and leave us a comment and let us know where you are tuning in from. Our poll question that we put up off the top of the show was asking you who you thought was the most impressive horse on last evening's program of the 4 2-year-old races contested in the Breeders' Crown, and the general consensus was Nikki Hill, and I would certainly concur with that, and she was thoroughly dominant. We had a number of close finishes in the other races, but she won with authority. Let's get a look at them heading out for the post parade. Some good prices on the board here. Charlie May taking the bulk of the support right now at even money. 2-1, a good price on Perfect Sting if you're a believer in him. And horses like Rocky Road Hanover offering up double-digit returns potentially. And I like what I saw from him, frankly, in the elimination. I think he's the potential price play in this field.
Yeah, there's a few price plays in this field. The other Ohio horse, Heart of Chewbacca, has been doing some really nice things as well. Was fourth, only beaten 2 lengths behind Charlie May and Southwind Gentry, who is currently 15-1 on the morning line. Trainer Ron Burke, you're not going to get Ron Burke at 15-1, especially from the pole position with Yannick Gingras aboard. Was second to Charlie May, only beaten 3/4 of a length. So he really dug in and fought on down the stretch in the 3-year-old Colt and Gelding Pace in this race presented by the Diamond Creek Farm.
Hello going out to Denise Bond, tuning in from New Brunswick on the east coast of Canada. Elizabeth Cheeseman tuning in. Hi to Elizabeth. She's cheering on Brett Miller and Charlie May. Wants to see him bounce back here. We've got Jeff DeSarmia from Arnprior, Ontario as well. Hope you're enjoying the coverage today. Thank you again to COSA and Rudin Riddle for making it possible. And time now to meet the fields to get ready for post parade. Southwind Gentry, a colt that I have a ton of respect for. There's days where he seems like He's going to be beaten and perhaps back up, and he gives it everything he's got every time he faces the starting gate. He's closing in on $1 million, and he's earned it the hard way. Son of Always Be Mickey for Team Burke, Yannick Gingras in the driver's seat, and he's been to the winner's circle 4 times this year. A good runner-up effort behind Charlie May last time. And yeah, it looked like Charlie May was going to pace away from him. Southwind Gendry came back to make it pretty close.
Number 2 is Charlie May, the homebred son of McArdle, is trained by Steve Carter, owned by Don Tiger. Brett Miller is in the sulky. Interestingly enough, the horse's name, they didn't know how much he would turn out to be, and they said Charlie May become a superstar, so Charlie May, there's where the name came from.
Alrighty, there's a look at number 4, Buckabet Hanover. He's had his picture taken 7 times this year, almost $500,000 earned, but amazingly, it's been kind of an in and out season for him. You know, his connections, Tony Alania, driver Andy McCarthy, would love a Breeders' Crown trophy.
5 Perfect Sting, Dan Patch Award winner for trader Joe Holloway, the Brittany Farms, and the Val d'Or Farms. David Miller is the reinsman for Perfect Sting.
Tim Tetrick won the event back-to-back in 2012 and 13 with Heston Blue Chip and Captain Treacherous. He's on board number 6, Chase H. Hanover.
Number 7, Rocky Road Hanover did not race in the Breeders' Crown. To 2 enters for Riverview Racing, Brad Grant, Ken Jacobs, and Ploufhead and VJ Stables. Tony Alania is the trainer. Dexter Dunn is at the controls.
All right, and just had a look at the 8. I'll drink to that. Chris Ryder and Todd McCarthy team up there. Southwind Peter the 9 has Jason Bartlett for trainer Mark Carter, and Water Sports Teens going to round out the field. Jen Bongiorno and Joe Bongiorno, the sister-brother combination, team up with this son of Some Beach Somewhere. He's a 9-time winner in 24 this season. All right, we're just moments away from the Glamour Boy division in the Breeders' Crown. Let's take a look back at last week's eliminations.
A Buckabet Hanover stalled first over. Summa Cum Laude needs a racing room, and they turn home 3/4, 1:22 and 3, 27 and 3 in that third quarter. It's Perfect Sting looking to polish it off under some minimal urging. Perfect Sting, Chase H. Hanover full out. A Buckabet Hanover looks to get going. So does Southwind Peter down the center of the racetrack. But it's Perfect Sting with a perfect prep here in a Breeders' Crown elimination. Perfect Sting scores over Chase H. Hanover. And then a Buckabet Hanover, then close either I'll Drink to That or Southwind Peter. Perfect Sting looked perfect, 149 and 2. Gendry trying to battle back on the inside. Part of Chewbacca needs a racing room. They turn for home, 122 and 3 end of the stretch. Charlie May unleashed here, takes the lead, looks to draw clear, but he's under urging. Charlie May. Watch for Rocky Road Hanover towering up late on the outside. Southwind Gendry hangs in there with Heart of Chewbacca. Charlie May fighting back. Southwind Gendry. Charlie May! Charlie May! Then close Southwind Gendry or Rocky Road Hanover. Heart of Chewbacca right there with Luz Perlman, 149 and 1.
All right, look back at last week's eliminations. Both winners looked good, but certainly not dominant. Looks like a wide open affair tonight. Quick hello to some guys tuning in. Sean Copey from Ontario, Steve Finland from Rockwood, Thomas Tedesco from Greenville, South Carolina, Brad Joseph watching in as well, and many more, including Guillaume Kyer Richard from Quebec. Great to have you on board. All right, we caught up earlier today, or Mike did, with Steve Carter, who's anxiously awaited this return to the Big M.
Here at the paddock with Steve Carter, the trainer of Charlie May. And Steve, you return back to the scene of where you guys won the Meadowlands Pace. Obviously, we all know the story. What's it like to be back here?
That's good. That means the horse is in good form, and we're where we want to be.
Now, Steve, talk to us a little bit about his elimination last week. Boy, did he look razor sharp coming off of that 4th place effort in the Tattersalls in Lexington. He looked like he was right back on form last week.
Yeah, he raced really good. He come first over, and he doesn't really like to clear, but don't like to clear with him that early. But Brent looked like he didn't have no choice. The horse just powered right by him.
9 wins and 18 starts this year. And the one thing about Charlie May is he's versatile. He's done it over just about every size track. What makes him so talented?
He's just a good horse, I guess. He never has a bad day, loves what he does. and I guess he's just a good one.
Steve, you're coming from the Buckeye State. What would it mean to you guys to win the Breeders' Crown this afternoon?
Well, it mean the world to me because this is my first time I've ever been here. So only I keep my fingers and crossed. There's a lot of people wishing me good luck, so hopefully it all works out.
All right, Steve, good luck from another Ohio connection.
Hey, thanks a lot.
Steve Carter, welcome back to the Big M, and it's great to see Charlie May back, and the public thinks that he will get it done today. He is a slight favorite at 6-5. One trainer who has a tremendous record in this particular division is Tony Alagna. His Racing Hill set the overall stakes record of 148, and of course he had Captain Treacherous victorious in the Glamour Boy division as well. He's got a nice two-pronged attack here this afternoon with a Buckabet Hanover and Rocky Road Hanover. And earlier today, Mike caught up with Tony for his thoughts.
The Paddock with Tony Alagna. And Tony, let's talk a little bit about a Buckabet Hanover. He'll take on some of the top horses once again today. Tell us a little bit about this talented colt.
Well, you know, I have to believe he fits right in with this bunch, especially on his best days for sure. You know, he started out the year, he beat Perfect Sting when he won his first 3 races, and you know, then he hit some road bumps, bad draws, bad trips, things like that. But you know, at Lexington in the Tattersalls, he showed everybody he's the horse we always said he was. And you know, in his elimination, he was very good. He came a very, very tough first over early, and a hard grind on on Perfect Sting was first, or had a cheaper half. And I was really happy with the way he raced. And I think you know, given any kind of trip today, he can be right there again.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about that elimination. He was off 13 days going into that elimination. Drew post 7, kind of had to close from off the pace. Seemed to get a little bit leg weary in the stretch, but you know what? Off 2 weeks, that's to be a little expected.
Yeah, and especially from where he come from. You know, he came from 7th first over into a long grind, you know, and he didn't catch any cover. And, you know, there was a pretty good crosswind there in that last turn there, and horses just weren't coming first over last week and surviving. And he looked like he was all done at the head of the lane. He just kept digging to be 3rd, so I was really impressed with the effort.
Appreciate it, Tony. Thanks.
Appreciate it.
Tony Alagna looking for a 3rd Breeders' Crown trophy in the 3-year-old Colt and Gelding Pace category. We're going to find out if that happens in just moments from now. The starting gate is rolling. Ken Warkington, the voice of the Meadowlands Racetrack, is now back in the booth. He'll take us the rest of the way this afternoon. You are watching live coverage of Day 2 of the Breeders' Crown Championships from the Big M. The Glamour Boys are getting set to do battle. Here's Ken with the call.
The Breeders' Crown Final, $600,000. Breeders' Crown Final presented by Diamond Creek Farm. 7-5 on 2, Charlie May. Elimination winner, 8-5 on the 5, Perfect Sting. He was also an elimination winner. They square off here in the Breeders' Crown Final, presented by Diamond Creek Farm for $600,000. It starts the 50-cent early pick 4. Here they come. And they're off. Chase H. Hanover fast out of the start here with Perfect Sting outsprinted in 2nd. And Charlie May from the inside into the top 3. A Buckabet Hanover 4th as they swing around the first turn. Southwind Gendry from the rail got away in 5th position. Rocky Road Hanover on the outside 6th. Then it's I'll Drink to That going up 7th on the outside, followed by Heart of Chewbacca and Southwind Peter and Water Sports Teen at the back as Perfect Sting, elimination winner, takes over from Chase H. Hanover 2nd. Charlie May, fed racetrack by Brett Miller. The elimination winner goes after Perfect Sting early here, 27-3. A Buckabet Hanover 4th across the backstretch. Southwind Gendry is 5th. Then it's Rocky Road Hanover on the inside 6th, followed by I'll Drink to That and Heart of Chewbacca. Southwind Peter and Water Sports Teen. So taking over command, it's Charlie May and Brett Miller. Charlie May and Perfect Sting. The elimination winners 1-2 here. Chase H. Hanover 3rd. The half up in a rated 55-4. 28-1. A Buckabet Hanover 4th on the inside. Southwind Gendry uncovered 5th on the outside. Staying in was Southwind Peter 6th. And 3 wide 7th comes Heart of Chewbacca from the back of the pack. I'll Drink to That gets rolling from last 3 wide as well. And then on the inside, Southwind Peters shuffled to the rear with Water Sports Teen over by 3/4. And at that station, it's Charlie May. The ball's in his court. Perfect Sting angles out to take his late shot. So the stage is set here in the Breeders' Crown. 123 and 4 in the stretch. Charlie May will try to hold on. Perfect Sting has dead aim on him on the outside, and Chase H. Hanover third. Charlie May pushed to the hilt and going full tilt. Perfect Sting right by and drawing clear. It's a perfect Breeders' Crown for Perfect Sting. Then Charlie May, Chase H. Hanover, and Rocky Road Hanover. Perfect Sting in 149 and 4.
Joe Holloway, just as they were coming to the wire, the big fist pump when he knew he was home free. And today, finally, the day for Perfect Sting. He's been the bridesmaid so many times this season, and this will be his moment in the spotlight. A long time between victories for Joe Holloway in this category. You have to go all the way back to 1995 with the one and only Jenna's Beach Boy going to get done on that occasion. Today, Perfect Sting adds his name to the record books.
And for driver David Miller, it is his second victory in this race. Amazing that he's only got 2 victories in the 3-year-old Colt and Gelding Pace, but what a mile here by Perfect Sting. You know, we talked about it off camera, 27-3, kind of had to work hard to get to the lead. I was surprised to see kind of Charlie May attack as quickly as he did. I mean, they got to the half at 55-4, 28-1 panel there. You know, it was a pretty leisurely pace as we're going to have to deal with an inquiry here in race number 6. We'll have to get from Ken Workenden here in just a moment what the inquiry is all about. But 5, 2, 6, 7 probably had to do with what happened at the top of the stretch there.
That's what I'm thinking. A Buckabat Hanover with the miscue and kind of scattered some horses in behind. I don't think it will have any effect on the top 2. They kind of had it to themselves. The 2 big guns that really got away with soft fractions for this level of competition. 55-4, you knew it was going to be a sprint to the end, and Perfect Sting took dead aim on Charlie May, who could not fend him off here this afternoon. Perfect Sting, some redemption there as well. A horse that, you know, he said, I think his backers all season long, people that believed in him and backed him week in and week out, and others that are probably detractors and wondering, you know, if he was the type that was beating himself or maybe didn't have that killer instinct. Today, he certainly did. He was bearing down on Charlie May in the stretch, and really it was no match over the final 16th.
No, not at all. I mean, you know, Charlie May was strong, but Perfect Sting, I mean, just impressive here as we take a look at the inquiry at a very jubilant Jessica Otten. But this is what the stewards are currently looking at here. In between horses there, looks like Water Sports Team got a little bit rough around the turn there, and maybe caused the Buckabat Hanover to go off stride.
All right, Jess Otten, her colleague off camera, come over, and she is all smiles. She has been firmly in the backer category of this colt all season long. He is a statuesque looking individual, and Always Be Mickey, what a Breeders' Crown weekend it has been for that stallion.
Yeah, you're not kidding. Considering everything Always Be Mickey went through, you know, from the broken bones to the 146 mile to winning his Breeders' Crown at Woodbine, Always Be Mickey has really turned into a really nice stallion. It'll be interesting to see some of his offspring, not just here, but overseas as well, Always Be Mickey. So his Perfect Sting comes into the winner's circle. David Miller, you know, Hall of Famer in his own right. He's won every race there is just about to known, and he is very, very happy. I'm sure that he is relieved. You know, there's got to be a sense of relief after winning a race like this, especially when Perfect Sting has just been kind of, you know, second, and finally gets to the winner's circle.
And with year-end honors, perhaps in the balance here, that's a huge win. Absolutely huge win for Perfect Sting to have a shot at that.
Yeah, huge win, and here's another invitation to the TVG final right here at the Meadowlands for Perfect Sting. So, you know, that we're looking at another Breeders' Crown championship possibly coming up in November. You've got a couple of very talented horses heading to the TVG final, and Perfect Sting, just an amazing performance. The caretaker here just loving on Perfect Sting. You love to see that.
The celebration is on. Time for another commercial break, and we'll come back and hear some winning words in moments.
They are off, competing for over $4 million in purses this season. Join us to witness the best the sport of harness racing has to offer and celebrate Harrah's Hoosier Park's 2021 championship season alongside family, fun entertainment, handicapping contests, giveaways, and more. Be sure to catch the hottest harness racing action now through December 4th. First post is 6:30 p.m. Visit harrahshoosierpark.com for a full lineup of racing events, live entertainment, and casino promotion.
My grandfather instilled in me that there's no such thing as luck. He said luck is where hard work meets opportunity.
The Paddock with Tony Alagna. And Tony, let's talk a little bit about
There was Joe Holloway as the horses were coming to the wire, and he knew that Perfect Sting was finally going to get his long overdue big Grand Circuit victory this season. Perfect Sting is now a Breeders' Crown champion. Second win for Joe Holloway. For Brittany Farms, the breeders, they've had a tremendous record. You go back to horses like Art Escape, Life Sign in this particular division. It had been a while for them, but they are partnered in the breeding on this one with Val d'Or Farm, so congratulations to all of the connections. I believe we're going to head over trackside now and catch up here in a moment with those winning connections. But yeah, nice to see that raw emotion from Joe Holloway. You know how much this meant to him.
Oh my goodness, you know, to be second so many times, you know, I relate it a lot of times to the NASCAR fans. You know, Dale Earnhardt tried for so long to win the Daytona 500, and after 20 tries finally did it, just to see that raw emotion. We saw Lucas Wallen last night, you know, just in tears. I can only imagine what Joe Holloway feels like right now. You know, he's euphoric right now. Who knows, maybe he'll get into his emotions a little bit later on, and after he has time to kind of sit down and think about it.
A little bit different, you know, when you go back to '95 and he had Jenna's Beach Boy, a totally expected result. Jenna was the cream of the crop and went on to be one of the greatest older pacers to this day that we've seen. Where this guy, as good as he's been, as impressive as his resume is, you know, he had that bit of a blemish or that cloud hanging over him that he hadn't been able to win the big race. And so it's nice to see that redemption finally happen.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously, Perfect Sting, who pays $4.40 here. You know, sweet redemption. And let's send it to Gabe Pruitt, who's with Joe Holloway.
Emotions here. You had a deep breath as you approached me over here. Is it a sense of relief, accomplishment? How does it feel to get this big win with Perfect Sting?
Well, both of those. Relief, he finally showed up, and we've been consistent all year, but hadn't gotten the job done. We needed to get a signature win. This is a pretty good way to do it.
Yeah, and it's your 9th Breeders' Crown. Never gets old, I'm assuming.
No, that never gets old, but it's really special with this horse.
And what do you think, as you said, you mentioned last week, maybe he doesn't always get the respect he deserves to be such a consistent animal all season long. You know, this signature win has to beat a lot.
Exactly. He's been the most consistent. He's made the most money. And I realize we lost a few races. It looks like we should have won. But I just think he's a great horse, and he deserved today.
Over $1.2 million this season. We're going to bring in co-owner Mr. George Siegel here at Brittany Farms. And Mr. Siegel, talk to us, co-owner, of course, along the Val d'Or Farms. Talk to us about this today. Trip worked out pretty good. Got to leave, got to sit on Charlie May's back, and outslugged him to the finish.
It was very exciting, yes. The horse performed. The horse always performs. He just put it all together today.
Back-to-back Breeders' Crown Championships. That feels pretty good as well.
Absolutely. Not too many horses do that.
And any thought process, I know you guys have always been dead game in the past. He gets an invitation now to the TVG final to race against older horses. What are your early thoughts on that?
I don't think I have any early thoughts right now. Right now, I want to enjoy this, and we'll worry about that some other time.
We're going to let you guys celebrate. Perfect Sting takes a big one. He's the Breeders' Crown champion. Perfect Sting gets it done.
Nice to see a dry, smiling Gabe Pruitt today. You know, he's a happy gentleman. George Siegel, you know, it's just not the Breeders' Crown, it doesn't seem, without seeing him prominent. And you look at the history of his operation over the years, truly second to none. Perfect Sting, just over even money, and rewards his backers today. Knocks off Charlie May. Didn't get the redemption he was looking for, but the Colt raced fantastic again. Chase H. Hanover, Rocky Road Hanover, horses that were mired near the back and just had a lot of traffic and a bit of a mix-up at the top of the stretch to overcome. So really, beyond the top two, the others had trouble getting into the race.
Yeah, a lot of the closers, you know, off those fractions just couldn't get into it. And, you know, it was a stellar field at the top of the stretch. We both just kind of looked at each other, okay, it's down to these two, who's it going to be? And Perfect Sting, Joe Holloway, I think, said it best. He finally showed up. That was his exact words. So he's very, very happy.
All right, 3 races down, 5 more to go. You're watching live coverage of the Breeders' Crown Championships on COSA-TV.
Enjoy the thrill of the race anywhere, anytime with HPIBet.com. Join for free and use your smartphone, tablet, or PC to watch and wager when you can't be at the track. Stream live racing from over 450 tracks. Bet with ease from anywhere. It's safe and secure. Get rewards, race alerts, tips, and more. For a limited time, get $100 when you become a member. Plus, 1 month free live race streaming, and your first bet is on us. Go to HPIBet.com to join for free today.
By now, you know the name COSA-TV, an industry leader producing unique, high-quality digital content promoting harness racing in Ontario. Features, virtual programming, live events, and more. COSA-TV has it covered. Follow our social media channels and be sure to subscribe to our YouTube page to view the latest content. And if you're looking to bet your favorite Ontario track, check out HPIBet.com. COSA-TV, taking Ontario racing global.
I gotta hit the beat. I gotta hit the beat. Gotta hit the
Download Dark Horse Bets today.
I gotta hit the beat.
Rood and Riddle Equine Hospital is a worldwide leader in equine healthcare, providing a full menu of services and treatment for all breeds and disciplines of horses, from the family companion to the high-performance athlete. Learn more today. Visit roodandriddle.com.
3 quarters, 1 at 25 and 1, 28 and 3. Dragon's Lair by 2 1/4. Annihilator on the outside. Pershing Square on the outside. Broadway Express less than an 8. It's Dragon's Lair by 2 1/2. Here comes Annihilator and Broadway Express. Dragon's Lair, Annihilator, Dragon's Lair wins the Breeders' Crown. 154, 1/5, another world record.
All right, guys, I am here with the breeders and owners of a perfect thing, the winner of the Breeders' Crown 3-year-old Colt Pace. First of all, I've got man off here, and I've got George Siegel to my right. All right, so I've got this trophy here, so I'm not sure which one of you gentlemen should I be giving this to. Are we going to have to saw it in half, or?
We'll figure that out afterwards. We give it to the caretaker.
I love that. I love that. All right. Well, if you don't have anybody to give it to, I'll take it home with me because I'm loving it so much.
Not this time, Heather.
Maybe next time. First of all, Marty, so tell me about Perfect Sting and the matchup. I know as far as the Stallion and the Dam, both world champions. So
I had ownership in both.
Okay.
And so it was just natural. They were both world champions. Both set Perfect Sting of 147 and Always a Mickey 146. So it was natural to put them together.
Yes, absolutely.
And look what we got.
Yeah, look what we got.
Genetics worked.
Now, as a breeder, George, what is your favorite part? Is it like the babies coming out, seeing them go through the sale, bring in big bucks? Or, I mean, I know you own this one, but I mean, I know that you've also,
Well, the biggest part is that Marty asked me to buy half of She Be Stingin', and he wanted to breed it to Always Be Mickey, and keeping it and getting it to win 2 Breeders' Crowns is fantastic. I'm just along for the ride.
How about some ride, right? Some ride. And actually, a little bit of a roller coaster ride this year, right? Some ups and downs. How'd you feel going in today's race?
I hate to say this, but I thought we were going to win off last week's race. So this week, he was so good last week, and he seemed to be the old Sting, and I felt we were going to win.
Were you as confident?
Maybe not as confident, but I was very happy with last week's race. I mean, he paced strong through the finish line, which is something he hadn't done a couple of times, and I thought that was great.
Right.
Ready to go.
Ready to go. In the winner's circle now in the Diamond Creek Winner Lounge. Loving it so much. Thank you guys so much, George, Marty. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
All right, back to you guys. Thank you.
Fantastic stuff, and it's just interesting to see that all come full circle. And when you've had these horses, you've campaigned some of these horses over the years, Breeders' Crown champions of the past. You mate them, and you get these types of horses. It all sort of turns out the way you would expect it to.
Yeah, when they go through the yearling sale and things, there's so many high hopes for some of these horses, and when it finally all comes together and culminates together into a Breeders' Crown Championship, it's just amazing.
So there we go, 3 in the books, and 5 more still to come. We are not even at the midway point on what has turned out to be a beautiful Saturday afternoon at the Big M. Thank you so much for tuning in today on the COSA-TV Facebook platform and the Breeders' Crown Facebook platform, the YouTube channels, also being live streamed on the Standardbred Canada website. Plenty of action still to come. 3-year-old filly Trotters are on deck, and a $650,000 purse up for grabs in this spot. There's a look at the field, and we'll take a look back at some of the history of this 3-year-old filly trot division. The stakes record of 152 was established last year when Hoosier Park in Indiana hosted the Breeders' Crown. They've become a wonderful host location for the Breeders' Crown Series. Next level stuff. Stopped the clock there last year in 152. The record purse was a few years back, 2009, $650,000. So the purse this year will equal that mark.
Yeah, $650,000. Victories in this event. He's going to have a little bit of a long shot here with the 8 adoration. You've got Tron Smedjhammer with 4 victories in the series as well.
And that combination teamed up just 2 years ago with a filly named Win the V. Let's have a look at the horses in our paddock location. We'll get to see them up close one by one. Amazon du Haras, the number 1 there. We'll have Canada's likely driver of the year, trainer Denny Guriel, and she has just quietly put together a very nice season, has missed the board only twice in 10 starts and 120,000 earned.
Leaving number 2, Shirley Goodness for the 3 at Bella Bellini. Actually, we're going to stay on the 2 here. Shirley Goodness, trainer Melanie Wren from the Midwest. Her and her husband Pete have a really, really nice stable in Indiana. Is coming to the Meadowlands for only the 2nd time. Made a break in the elimination and still fought back to only miss by 4.5 lengths. Currently getting 15-1 value. This might be a really nice filly to kind of take a shot with, especially off of that effort.
Trainer Richard Nifty Norman will send out the number 3 starter, Bella Bellini. She has visited the winner's circle 9 times this year from 16 starts. Dramatic difference. The 2-year-old campaign, she went winless and only hit the board once in 7. Banked just a little over $4,000. This year, $700,000 on her card, and has been in the top 2 in 15 of her 16 starts on the season. Norman had the winner in this category back in 2013, one that you might recognize by the name of Be a Magician. She was a pretty good one.
Yeah, Be a Magician, one of my favorite mares. She actually won the first Hambletonian Maturity that was hosted right here at the Meadowlands as they start to make their way into position to get ready to come onto the racetrack. Be a Magician, we're going back a little ways, but Be a Magician was a very, very, very nice mare.
She certainly was. Really one of the great 3-year-old fillies that we've seen over the last couple of decades. So there is Bella Bellini trying to follow in her footsteps, and so far so good this season. The daughter of Bar Hopping really clicking in her 3-year-old campaign. Chablis, the number 4, will get Tim Tetrick driving for Jonas Zernuzen in this spot. Tetrick was the winner last year with Next Level Stuff in that stakes record time.
Sire Muscle Hill brings in number 5, Alter here for Diamond Creek Racing, and Nancy Tactor was a 3 3/4 length winner. Amazing to come off of that effort, and number 5 is not the favorite here. Slight favoritism, 6-5 on the 3, Bella Bellini. 5, Alter taking obviously some money here at 7-5 as we look at the 6, Anoka Hanover.
Yeah, and getting back to the 5 just for a second, Nancy Tactor, of course, father Jimmy, the winningest trainer in the history of the Breeders' Crown Series. In this particular division, he has sent out the winner in 3 of the last 6, including Ariana G, Wild Honey, and Shake It Cherry. Nancy certainly made her impact felt since taking over the training duties a couple of seasons back, and has Alter coming in here as a serious contender, 6 for 11 on the season. There's the aforementioned Anoka Hanover we saw moments ago, Andy McCarthy for Noel Daly, just a 1 for 9 record this year, kind of going in the opposite direction of Bella Bellini. Last year, she was dominant, 110 of 14.
Yeah, definitely. Some really nice horses. We were looking there for a second at the 10. Herculesa is coming out of the state of Ohio, was 9th in the Kentucky Filly Futurity after making a miscue, but was 2nd in the Breeders' Crown Elimination.
So we'll get a look at them now on post braid. Peter Wren there for wife Melanie Wren, who does the training. Shirley Goodness is an Indiana Invader, 5th in her Crown Elim last week after a slight miscue at the start, so a nice recovery. She could be a sleeper.
Yeah, it's a horse that I really like, and the price is good at 17-1 as we take a look at number 5, Alter, as Yannick Gingras will drive in the colors of Diamond Creek Racing for trainer Nancy Tactor. Just over $219,000 made in her career, coming off of a victory right here at the Meadowlands. Has 6 wins and 11 starts this year.
Here's a look at Anoka Hanover. We talked about her trying to regain some of that outstanding 2-year-old form where she banked almost $600,000.
7 Splash Blue Chip was just on the screen. Okas Fonstead looking to score his 2nd victory on the program in his 2nd Breeders' Crown victory as we look at number 9, You Ate a Dream.
All right, and Iteration, the 8, was just on post parade as well. Marcus Melander looking for another Breeders' Crown trophy on the weekend. Brian Sears has multiple wins in this particular category. And there's Herculesa, the last one we're going to get a look at here. Virgil Morgan, Ohio-based trainer, teaming up here with driver Brett Miller. She's 7 for 12 this year, 5 for 6 last year. Rarely does anything wrong, and could be similar to Joviality, who we saw last night. Simply because of an outside post, you get an inflated price. Post 10 is simply just a starting spot.
Yeah, Joviality proved that last night, especially if you can get into a good position. It was racing in the Ohio Sire Stakes races. Take a look back all the way to August 20th at Cider Downs. That's the last time that this horse drew outside besides the elimination. And the elimination, I mean, Herculesa was still able to make the lead. Granted, Bella Bellini won by a length and 3/4 easily in that race, but post 10 proved no problem for Herculesa.
An excellent field of 10 assembled today in the $650,000 final. Again, it equals the highest purse ever offered for the 3-year-old filly Trotters. There were 2 eliminations contested last week, setting the stage for today. We're going to take a look back now.
Two lengths. Amazon du Hara is second with iteration to the outside third, 123 and 2. They're into the stretch drive, and Alter is opened up by 3.5, 4. Iteration revs up now and advances into second. Splash Blue Chips and late trot Amazon du Hara and Anoka Hanover, and it's all Alter. Alter romps here, and she's just cruising for Jingra. Alter scores by about 4.5 over iteration, then Splash Blue Chip, Anoka Hanover, and Amazon du Hara, 151 and 2. Green looking for the upset. Hercules stalks from second, but now Bella Bellini is in gear for Dexter Dunn. 3/4, 124 and 4 into the stretch. You Auto Dream. Hercules out of the pocket here, and clear and driving is Bella Bellini. 3 across the track. Bella Bellini on the outside, a confident rally. Hercules trying to match strides with her, but it's Bella Bellini, the Hamiltonian Oaks winner, strides clear of Hercules. And then came Chablis, You Auto Dream, and Shirley Goodness, Bella Bellini, 152 and 4.
Both winners very impressive, but from a times. Both winners very impressive last week, Mike, but from a time perspective, Alter was that much better, 51 and 2, and made it look relatively easy.
Yeah, you know, it was parked to the first quarter. It was really kind of stung, 27-1. I mean, that sounds like a quick quarter, but when you're racing on the mile track, it's not so quick there. As we get ready to take a look at the trotting records, number 10 Herculesa currently on the screen. Brett Miller in the drive was second in the last race with Charlie May. Who knows what kind of effort he can put together here.
Yeah, definitely some big-time speed in the eliminations last week, and we'll see if they can threaten the stakes record of 152, which was established last year at Hoosier Park. Here are the overall trotting records in the history of the Breeders' Crown Series. The 151 clocking is shared between Market Share, Commander Crow, and the trotting mare Manchego. So a 3-way tie at 151. And Alter, you know, was just 2/5 of a second off of that last week. Fastest halftime ever, 54 and 3 back in 2013 at Pocono Downs. Intimidate, who also put up a 3/4 fraction of 122 and 1. Fastest last quarter, Green Shoe and Chin Chin Hall tied in that category with a 26-second closing panel. It looks like we've got the type of talent here that could threaten at least the stakes record.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, this is a very, very talented group of fillies, and, you know, it can go in any way. I mean, of course, Bella Bellini, rightly so, should be the even money betting choice, but, you know, for the most part, behind the top 2 horses, there's a lot of value to be had in this race. I think Shirley Goodness, you know, at 23-1 is very, very lucrative. And I want to touch on real quick the records board. Equinox B took a benefit off of Corleone Cosmos making a break. Really nice horse coming over from Italy to win a Breeders' Crown.
Absolutely, just part of the Breeders' Crown lore. Loving the From the Vault segments today as well, taking a trip down memory lane in the Breeders' Crown, which started back in 1984. The first event ever was contested at Lexington's Red Mile, won by Workaholic and the 2-year-old Colt Trot. We saw actually just a little while ago Dragon's Lair when he upended Annihilator on home soil at the Meadows. That was in the first year. What a way to kick off the series. And that's a memory that really does stand the test of time. You remarked on the crowd that was there that night. Yep. Tens of thousands of people there cheering on the hometown horse. And yeah, just one of those moments that became an instant classic.
Interesting stat from this race. It has been 3 years, Greg, since we've had a Ushuaia divisional champion come from this race, which is shocking to me. The last one to do it was Ariana G back in 2017. I mean, we've had some really nice fillies. I mean, Atlanta's 6 years old. You know, she didn't win a Breeders' Crown, obviously, and, you know, she still probably took home the divisional champion. The last horse to be Pacer of the Year was Trotter of the Year was Shake and Carry back in 2014, and the Great Bearded Magician back in 2013 was the last horse of the year that came from this race.
So if we can take something away from that, it's the fact that the headliners, at least in recent years, or the big guns coming in, haven't been able to get it done in the Breeders' Crown. Will that trend continue here? If so, that won't be good news for Bella Bellini or Alter. Both impressive in their elimination victories and both look very good as they move up to the starting gate. It's the 3-year-old filly Trot final next. Once again, Ken Workington.
For this Breeders' Crown final, 3-year-old filly Trot, $650,000 presented by Liebfeld Cats Breeding Partnership. They're on gate. Here they come. And the fillies are off and trotting. It's Alter shooting out of there. Iteration from the outside with Herculesa, early speed. Bella Bellini's put in play. Amazon du Hara on the rail. 4 across the track. James McDonald guns Amazon du Hara. Bella Bellini on the outside, and Alter is 3 deep and driving, and 4 wide. Now 3 wide is Iteration, 4th and gaining. Shirley Goodness settles in 5th past the quarter. Herculesa 6th, followed by Chablis 7th. Then comes Anoka, Hanover, and Splash Blue Chip, and You Auto Dream 28 opens it up here. 2 wide across the backstretch they go. Alter takes over on a break. Iteration broke. Bella Bellini now pockets up here behind Alter. The elimination winners 1-2. Amazon du Hara is trotting in 3rd. It's Shirley Goodness 4th, a loose 4th at this point. Herculesa 5th on the inside. Shooting a gap is Splash Blue Chip, then Chablis on the outside with Anoka, Hanover, and You Auto Dream. Still on a gallop. Iteration, the half 56 and 428.4 rating. Alter in front onto the far turn, stalked by Bella Bellini. Perfect trip so far. Amazon du Hara on the insides. 3rd, Herculesa inches up uncovered. 4th on the outside. That's a toe for Chablis. Following that cover, now 5th. A shuffle for Shirley Goodness and Splash Blue Chip to the outside. Anoka Hanover is a 3rd over right now. You Auto Dream has to pass the pack here as they pass 3/4. And it's Alter in front there. Bella Bellini is poised for the pocket spot, 125 and 4. A well-rated Alter, the one to gun down. Bella Bellini, and Alter broke. Alter went off stride and off the course. So that leaves it all to Bella Bellini. Herculesa's full out. Late trot from Anoka Hanover now into 2nd. But it's Bella Bellini who locks it down in the Breeders' Crown. Dexter Dunn and Bella Bellini. Bella Bellini takes it over Anoka Hanover. Then it was close. Either Shirley Goodness, maybe Splash Blue Chip in that photo. 153.
Bella Bellini, it was debatable whether she was going to be able to make the move in the stretch and win, but any doubt was taken away quickly when Alter, who appeared to be cruising on the lead, rolled off stride at a critical time. So Bella Bellini inherits the lead, and once that happened, the end result never in doubt. 27-1 on the end to cap off a 153 victory. Gets her 10th win of the season, now a Breeders' Crown trophy, another $325,000 on the card, puts her over $1 million on the season.
Looks like Anoka Hanover got up for 2nd. Tight for show here between Splash Blue Chip and Herculesa, but as the replay gets ready to come up here, high drama through the stretch. It looked like Alter was going to just cruise home to an easy victory, and unfortunately for Nancy Tactor and Yannick Gingras, just did not happen. But Bella Bellini, just, you know, she might have secured the votes here to be the divisional champion. She's done a lot of really good things this year, and obviously the benefit of the breaking horse, but, you know, it doesn't, when you put it in the record books, they don't say how you won the race.
No, absolutely not. And as mentioned, I mean, she was getting a perfect 2-hole trip. It was going to come down to, I think, the 3 and the 5, the 2 favorites, and a final quarter sprint. We were kind of getting excited with anticipation to watch that battle develop, and unfortunately, Alter took herself out of the equation. So Bella Bellini, another win for her, and the dream season continues $4,000 banked last year as a rookie, this year $1 million as a sophomore. Trainer Richard Nifty Norman with his second crown victory in the division, as mentioned earlier, won with Be a Magician back in 2013. There's Dexter Dunn returning. We will take another quick commercial timeout, and when we come back, we will hear from the winning connections of the 3-year-old filly trot.
Established in 1982, Rood and Riddle Equine Hospital is a worldwide leader in equine healthcare, providing a full menu of specialties of services and treatment for all breeds and disciplines of horses, from the family companion to the high-performance athlete. Learn more today about Rood and Riddle Equine Hospital. Visit roodandriddle.com or call 888-773-4838.
They are off, competing for over $4 million in purses this season. Join us to witness the best the sport of harness racing has to offer and celebrate Harrah's Hoosier Park's 2021 championship season alongside family, fun entertainment, handicapping contests, giveaways, and more. Be sure to catch the hottest harness racing action now through December 4th. First post is 6:30 p.m. Visit harrahshoosierpark.com for a full lineup of racing events, live entertainment, and casino promotion.
My grandfather instilled in me that there's no such thing as luck. He said luck is where hard work meets opportunity.
Dexter Dunn getting congratulated, his second Breeders' Crown victory of the weekend. First of the day, scores here with Bella Bellini, giving Richard Nifty Norman his second crown title in the 3-year-old filly trot category. David McDuffie, longtime owner from Delray Beach, Florida, and he has had a tremendous history in the game as well, especially teaming up with Nifty. And there's a look at a very happy Dave McDuffie hoisting the prestigious Breeders' Crown Trophy, and another who has earned that invite into the TVG final. Congratulations again to the connections. 10th victory of the season, as mentioned, and the lion's share of the purse going to put her slightly over the $1 million mark. This daughter of bar hopping making some noise, as is the stallion bar hopping.
Yeah, bar hopping making some noise, along with some of the other top stallions, and Walner, Muscle Hill, who's been a dominant force over the New Jersey circuit. Some competitive sires, especially right here in the great state of New Jersey, with Muscle Hill and Walner joining the fray.
All right, we got the Cats Libfeld Breeding Partnership sponsoring the race. Big thank you to them. Pair of the most prominent breeders in the sport, based up in the Toronto area as well. So just awaiting the prices here as we hit the midway point on Breeders' Crown Saturday. A beautiful one at the Big M. There's a look at the pari-mutuel returns. Bella Bellini was the slight second choice in the wagering. She pays $5.20, but with a couple of the long shots in behind, including Anoka Hanover, that was a good result for her as she's trying to bounce back this season. She was second, 50-cent try, and then a 10-cent super worth just over $153. 4 in the books, 4 more left to go. We'll be back with some more winner's reaction in a moment, and we'll hear from driver Andy McCarthy and some of his drives later on this afternoon as well. You're watching live coverage of the Breeders' Crown on COSA-TV.
By now, you know the name COSA-TV, an industry leader producing unique, high-quality digital content promoting harness racing in Ontario. Features, virtual programming, live events, and more. COSA-TV has it covered. Follow our social media channels and be sure to subscribe to our YouTube page to view the latest content. And if you're looking to bet your favorite Ontario track, check out hpibet.com. COSA-TV, taking Ontario racing global.
I gotta hit the beat. I gotta hit the beat.
Download Dark Horse Bets today.
I gotta hit the beat.
Welcome back to COSA-TV's live coverage of the 2021 Breeders' Crown Day 2, joined by Andrew McCarthy. And Andy, I'll tell you what, you got to drive Ramona Hill a little bit earlier this afternoon. She really closed nicely to be 4th or 5th there.
Yeah, I think she was 4th. You know, she raced great. It was kind of a non-event. I figured there'd be a little more action in there than what there was, but you know, she did race great.
Let's talk about the big horse Jujubee coming up in the 8th race for 3-year-old Colt and Geldings. You picked up the drive on this horse in the Pennsylvania Sire Stakes final. Was second beat neck of the elimination. He's really put together kind of a stellar season.
Yeah, he has. You know, he probably didn't race quite as good as he had been last week. I think he struggled with the track a little bit, and I'm sure Greg will have him a lot better today. You know, I'm just very excited. I'm always very excited to drive this horse. He's you know, got a massive set of lungs, and he goes a long way.
Now, they supplemented to get into the Kentucky Futurity, so obviously a lot of confidence from Greg Wright Jr. You know, it takes a lot to, you know, put up the money to get into the Kentucky Futurity, but you know, he was razor sharp. He kind of sat back off the pace, and you made your move, and he just never looked back.
Yeah, you know, he's it's a Quattro de Julio. He's a very nice horse, and he raced terrific last week. He's got high speed. You know, I know Greg's pulling the hind shoes again today, like he was in Kentucky there. So I'm expecting him to be a little slicker gated and ready to rock.
Andy, back in 2009, you had 4 Breeders' Crown victories. Does it get old winning these races?
It never gets old winning Breeders' Crowns. You know, I still haven't broken the ice yet. I'm hoping Jujubee can get it done.
All right, Andy. Well, you're coming up here in the 8th race. We hope to bring home another victory for Jujubee.
All right, thanks for having me on, Mike.
All right, we're going to take a quick timeout. When we come back, more live coverage from COSA-TV's production of the Breeders' Crown.
Rood and Riddle Equine Hospital is a worldwide leader in equine healthcare, providing a full menu of services and treatment for all breeds and disciplines of horses, from the family companion to the high-performance athlete. Learn more today. Visit roodandriddle.com.
They are off, competing for over $4 million in purses this season. Join us to witness the best the sport of harness racing has to offer and celebrate Harrah's Hoosier Park's 2021 championship season alongside family, fun entertainment, handicapping contests, giveaways, and more. Be sure to catch the hottest harness racing action now through December 4th. First post is 6:30 p.m. Visit harrahshoosierpark.com for a full lineup of racing events, live entertainment, and casino promotion.
My grandfather instilled in me that there's no such thing as luck. He said luck is where hard work meets opportunity.
Chameleon and Base Fella moving to the 3/4 pole. Matt Scooter commands the fractions with a length and a half. Camtastic is at the rail. Jaguar Spur on the outside, followed by Running Meatloaf Bell. Ticket to Heaven is dropped back to 5th. 3/4, 1:24.4. By far the fastest 3/4 here ever at Freehold Raceway. On world record is in the making here as they come off the turn. Camtastic with Michelle Chance is in second position. Matt Scooter with Michelle Chance, and Camtastic is out and driving. Michelle Chance has Matt Scooter under drive, and here comes Camtastic in the final yard. Far outside, Running Meatloaf Bell. It's Matt Scooter leading the way, scoring easily by 3. Check the teletimer, 1:53.2, a track record here at Freehold Raceway.
The Meadowlands, East Rutherford, New Jersey. It is Breeders' Crown Saturday, the second in the 2-day format. Rookies were in the spotlight last night. Today it's the 3-year-olds and the older competitors taking center stage. 4 races completed. We're at the midway point. 4 more left to go here this afternoon. And we're well along in our Pick Your Driver contest. And for those who registered and are playing along today, the folks that are backing Dexter Dunn would have been happy to see him click for a winner there. That gives him a little bit of a cushion atop the standings. 135 points for him through 8 races of the Breeders' Crown Series. Dave Miller has climbed all the way up into the number 2 spot with 110. Tim Tetrick, Yannick Gingras not far behind, Brian Sears, and Andy McCarthy rounding out to top 6. And I took a quick bathroom break, Mike, while you were chatting with Andy McCarthy. So how's Andy enjoying his Breeders' Crown experience so far?
So far, so good. 25 points, obviously not what he would like to see right now, but he's really high on Juju B. He's coming into this race. He wasn't overly impressed with the elimination. He thought maybe he'd have a little bit more, but he closed from off the pace to be second to Quattro de Julio, who's a really nice horse in his own right. So talented group of horses stepping into this race, but Andy McCarthy was pretty confident.
We've seen 4 races so far this afternoon, a couple of overnights before that. Have you noticed anything in the way of a bias, any trends that we should watch for over the final 4?
If you make the lead and get things your own way, even this last race, 28, 56 at 4, they're not going crazy fractions up top. The track's not as tiring as I thought it would be. Not as tiring as it was last night, that's for sure. They were coming from everywhere last night. So not really a bias. The track crew's done a really good job of trying to, kind of make it an even playing field. But if you're on the lead and get things kind of your own way, you're not really making up a whole lot of ground late.
All right, we move on. We've got our 5th championship of the day coming up. While we have a moment, perhaps we'll bring up the field page for that upcoming contest here this afternoon. And we'll be looking next at the 3-year-old Colt Trotters, and the highly regarded Juju B is one that we certainly have our eye on in here. In a minute, Hanover for Team Blay, and McClure and Determination are in the mix as well. We'll see a little bit more of the Canadian content here through the latter races as well. You've got Logan Park here for James McDonald and trainer Rob Fellows there on the extreme other end of the starting gate, post 10 starting spot for them, and long shots at 24 to 1. So we welcome you back. Coverage today sponsored by COSA-TV, obviously broadcasting on the COSA-TV platform. Thank you to them for that, and Rood and Riddle Equine Clinic as well for co-sponsoring today's event. It's been a lot of fun so far, Mike, and the weather, the turnaround in the weather from last night is a major part of that.
Yeah, for sure. It's cooling off a little bit, I feel like. I'm glad we went with the jackets. It's pretty comfortable. The sun is shining, and much better than it was last night. The wind and the rain, I think we could have dealt with one or the other, but both in the chilly temperatures definitely made it a little bit more difficult, not just for us, but for the horsemen and the competitors as well.
All right, we've got a few moments here before we get to that next contest, so it's a perfect time to head back over trackside and catch up with our good friend Heather Vitale. What's happening in the Winners Lounge?
Well, we're having a great time. I mean, I've got champagne and cupcakes. Like, really? Could a girl ask for any more? I don't think so. And winners galore. It is day. There's still more to come. I mean, we're only up to the 8th race, and I'm telling you, I'm looking forward to the open pacing mares that are coming up later on. And I don't know, like, the day's just been spectacular. Hanging out with like that are coming in here, breeding the champions and owning them. And I got to talk to Joe Holloway. It's just an incredible day. Like, Breeders' Crown, it all comes down to the Breeders' Crown. No, so cliche, but it is so true. You guys look like you're having a good time over there.
Well, we are, but we don't have those beautiful cupcakes, so hopefully you can send a few of those over our way. Any concerns about a sugar rush potentially, and maybe a crash on the back half of the card?
You know what? No, my system doesn't know Sugar Rush crashing. It only knows about Sugar Rush. But look at this real fast. Look what it does. You automatically look like you just Smurf, right? Good stuff.
Well, I hope it tastes as good as it looks, and thank you to Heather. And hey, it's a long day, and we have to fill with some stuff from some of this humorous stuff from over on the other side of the road. So we appreciate Heather because she adds the levity to the broadcast for us today. We know she loves pizza. Now we know that she loves cupcakes as well. We'll check in with Heather a little bit later on as she catches up with some of the other connections. She might have to go brush her teeth after that too.
Yeah, possibly so. You know, purple tongue, so to speak, or blue.
The
rather.
pearly whites
Blue or
the
purple,
pearly
so.
whites are now a shade of blue. Thank you again to Heather for that. We are about 8 minutes away from this upcoming 8th race contest. Again, we'll give you a look at the field for this 3-year-old Colt and Gelding Trot final. Quattro de Julio was a very impressive elimination winner from a week ago. Ambassador Hanover thought looked very good in winning as well. Jujubee is one that got upended last time. One of those heavy favorites that fell to defeat. But the good news was didn't get beat by much and gets another chance to redeem himself here in the final.
Yeah, Lucas Wallen, that was the storyline from last night, winning his first Breeders' Crown as a trainer. He attempts to win his first Breeders' Crown as a driver in this race with Quattro de Julio. Some really nice other horses in here. Number 7, Fly Light for Ocas Fonstead, Dexter Dunn. Marcus Melander has a pair of horses in here as well. 5 of the 10 are between Marcus Melander and Ocas Fonstead. So, you know, what's the over-under? That's the bet, right? Yeah, do you beat Ocas Fonstead and Marcus Melander, or do you try to go against them?
Yeah, that's a good way to put it, good way to look at it. We're going to head back over to Heather. She's put the cupcake down and she's got a special guest standing by.
I do. I have brand owner David McDuffie here. Bella Bellini, so about her mom, Bella Dolce. Tell me about the mommy.
Well, you know, I've had the family. I started with Pizza Dolce, and we've kept, you know, through this 3rd generation, I guess. And my plan is to retire Bella Bellini. She's going to go down to your country next week to the and that'll probably be her last race. And I guess she's probably going to get bred next spring. And my guest today will be at Walner. And I'll look forward to another generation, I hope.
Oh my gosh! Wait, is this an exclusive, or did you say this year? Because I don't know if I got the exclusive on that.
You got
Yes.
Yeah. Man, well, that's worth a lot of money, isn't it?
I want to know about the name. So how do you come up with the names?
Know what? My wife named her.
Oh, Mary Ellen. Okay.
Mary Ellen named, and my understanding is Bellini is a drink that everybody seems to know. I don't think I've ever had one, but I've had about every other one. But
and we're having champagne now in the Winter Lounge. So congratulations! It's been I know. Let's hear some cheers, right? And I'm going to send with a beautiful trophy. This is your breeder's trophy. Yeah, you got it?
Yeah, I got it.
Because I can always hold your champagne if you need to.
No, I'm not giving up that champagne.
So congratulations.
Thank you, Heather. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you again, Heather. Fantastic stuff. And yeah, we got a little bit of exclusive information there, and that was really cool to hear. David McDuffie, a great guy. And you know this won't be his last Breeders' Crown trophy, and especially when he's talking matings like that.
Not at all. I mean, a breeding to Walner, who has been an absolute star here in the state of New Jersey. So breaking news there, Bella Bellini, another race, and then that will be it for her career.
Getting a look at the starters inside our paddock location for the 3-year-old Colt and Gelding Trot. We just saw Nifty Norman and Dexter Dunn team up for a victory back in race number 7 in the Filly Trot counterpart. They captured this particular division last year with Amigo Volo, but will not be in the mix here in this particular race, at least Nifty won't be. Dexter will be driving the number 7 Fly Light in this very competitive field. You know, some of these horses have had their moments this season where they've been at or near the top of the division, and then others have come along. So to get here today, these 10 have proven themselves over the course of a long season. They've held their form remarkably well. In your opinion, who's the hottest horse or the sharpest horse coming in?
The sharpest horse right now seems to be Jujubee, as far as I'm concerned. But, you know, Quattro de Julio and Jujubee have been kind of trading punches. But one thing about Jujubee, okay, was racing at the Pennsylvania Sire Stakes circuit for trader Greg Wright Jr. Then, you know, for whatever reason, Andy McCarthy picked up the mount on them. But to supplement into the Kentucky Futurity, and I talked a little bit to Andy about this earlier, to supplement into a race like that, I mean, you have to, you know, for those of you who don't know, supplementing, you have to pay to get into the race. They have to have confidence in the horse. We've had a couple of supplements into this race here, or excuse me, not just this race, into the Breeders' Crown program. The cost to supplement into the Breeders' Crown, $62,500. That's a lot of money to get into a race like this. So obviously Jujubee earning his way into the Breeders' Crown seems to be one of the hotter horses currently coming into this race.
Getting a look there on camera at driver Bob McClure, Luke Blais, and they'll be fairly prominent here over the final half of today's coverage. They, of course, captured the 2018 Hambletonian with Forbidden Trade, 2019 rather, with Forbidden Trade. We'll see him later in that open trot. He looks like a contender. This guy, In a Minute Hanover, has been solid, racing primarily north of the border this season at Woodbine Mohawk Park. Really put it all together, 3 back in winning a division of the Simcoe against Grand Circuit Company. Good second in an overnight, 5th in his elimination here a week ago for that combination, 120,000 banked this season. And, you know, it's hard to know what to take away from just one start, being that it was the first for him away from Canadian soil in quite some time. You know, who knows how he shipped or how he was the week prior. So he could be a little bit better today. He's going to have to be certainly a threat for the upset.
A couple of things to note from that. You mentioned the ship off 12 days prior to that race. And, you know, he got stung to a pretty quick, he put up a pretty quick opening fraction, 27-2 there. So, you know, and it was from post 9. So lots of things kind of, you know, iffy going his way. Like I said, 12-day layoff, shipped down here to the U.S. You know, it could have been anything. You know, maybe he was a little sick. I didn't get a chance to catch up with Luke earlier, but, you know, could be a little of anything. As we look at number 4, Quattro de Julio, and this is a really sharp horse, Greg, coming into this race. The elimination, to me anyway, was ultra impressive.
It certainly was. He had to come from a long way back and rally into a fast final quarter. He needed every bit of that 26-3 final stanza to get up and get the victory and ensure himself a good post position here for the final. Maria Ortolan Bar, the trainer, Lucas Wallen, as mentioned, with a crown victory last night on the training side. He'll look to guide a crown winner here in this guy, a flashy son of Trixton. Only 3 wins this year, but he's been right there each and every week. 9 for 11 in on-the-board finishes. Consistency seems to be his game. That was the case, of course, last year as well. So they're on the track. They'll be competing for a record purse in the division of $650,000. Let's meet the field. In a Minute Hanover is the son of Bar Hopping, daughter of Bar Hopping, winning 1 race ago. Luke Blais trains for Determination of Montreal, Quebec, and Bob McClure will drive.
Number 2, Ambassador Hanover, coming off a victory in the Breeders' Crown elimination, which we'll check out here in a little bit. It's owned by Okas Fonstead, Howard and Judith Taylor, and Diamond Creek Racing. Okas Fonstead trains and drives, an 8-time winner in 20 starts at over 500,000 made.
Number 3 is Ritson. Canadian connections here as well. Mark Stacey trains, shares in the ownership of this guy. 5-time winner in 20 this year, 130,000 made. He's a hard hitter, 3rd in the elimination a week ago, and we'll have Dave Miller in the bike.
Second choice right now for Quattro de Julio by the D Farm LLC. Help me out here with the trader's name. Marie Ortolan Bar. Is that correct? Lucas Wallen will pick up the drive. Was a Kentucky Champion Series runner-up. It was 2nd, the Kentucky Futurity.
All right, Anki Svanstedt has got Yannick Gingras driving 5, Delayed Hanover. We saw Juju B a moment ago, along with Flylight and Dexter Dunn. There's 8 in range, and Tim Tetrick.
9 Dancing in the Dark for the Menhamar Stuteri stable. Marcus Melander is the trainer. Brian Sears is in the sulky. Brian Sears has controlled this event, 6 victories, a record 6 victories for him.
And one of the Canadian champions in the field, Logan Park. He's been battling against a really good group in Ontario this season. That includes another top one by the name of Fashion Frenzy. And he was the runner-up to that guy, Tubac, in the super final of the Ontario Sire Stakes program. This guy, a really good second in his elimination a week ago, but by virtue of not winning, was in the open post draw and saddled with the number 10 starting spot. And what goes along with that? 33-1 current odds. There's a look at 2, Ambassador Hanover, Anki Svanstedt, with a couple of starters in the field. In fact, 3, and he drives himself on this son of Chapter 7. 1 of 2 elimination winners from a week ago. Let's take a look.
Locatelli looking to rally in range. Flylight has to pass them all, and in between them Ritson, 123 and 3 into the stretch. Ambassador Hanover looking to go coast to coast, strides clear by 2, now 3, getting away from Logan Park. Way out wide, Flylight coming on late in range between horses. Ambassador Hanover is a dominant winner here, all the way at 7-2. Ambassador Hanover scores decisively over Logan Park. And then came Ritson, flies stride for stride with Johan Polima. Juju B is lurking in the weeds there, coming 3 wide with Quattro de Julio hoping to rally. 125-1 into the stretch drive. Closing in on Johan Polima. Game first over, Delayed Hanover grabs the track, takes the lead. Dead aim for Juju B on the outside, and Quattro de Julio on the far outside, trotting a storm. Here comes Quattro de Julio, and Lucas Wallen edges out Juju B. Then Delayed Hanover and Dancing in the Dark, maybe in a minute. Hanover next, 152-2. Quattro de Julio.
A look at a couple of impressive elimination winners from a week ago. There's the Marcus Melander trained in range, Tim Tetrick driving. We can tell you that number 5, Delayed Hanover, is back in our paddock location, just in behind us now. It looks like this one is just undergoing some minor equipment adjustments, perhaps aptly named here, if there is a short delay with the start. One of a trio conditioned by Anki Svanstedt in the field, and this is the one that Yannick Gingras will be driving. So looks like whatever the issue was, it's been rectified. He's heading back out to the racetrack. So the Breeders' Crown, the inaugural edition, held way back in 1984, and in that time there have been horses that have become legends in the series, and we'll take a look now at what we're calling Breeders' Crown royalty. And the Queen, no doubt, Peace Corps, only horse in the history of the event to win 4 times. Truly remarkable. And look at the gaps in the schedule.
1988, I was born that year, so Peace Corps is a fan in my book, but 4 Breeders' Crown championships, not even the Great Foiled again, was able to pull that off. 5 horses have won the crown, 3 crown titles, including Trotters, Grades, Singing, and who could forget the great Mac LaBelle. And then on the pacing side,
Jenna's Beach Boy, we already talked about him a little bit earlier today as Joe Holloway came back and won in the 3-year-old Colt Pace category with Perfect Sting. Eternal Cam Nation, one of the greatest to ever look through a bridle. My Little Dragon, as well as 3-time winners. And that is difficult to do, to stay that good at the top level over the course of that many seasons. And you know, they're facing different crops year after year, different horses that are emerging and jumping up to take them on and try and knock them off the perch. And yeah, Peace Corps, remarkable. It's the only 4-time round history, and it's hard to imagine a horse duplicating that this day and age. If it happens, it will be very impressive.
Yeah, especially, with a lot of the horses now, especially with the younger horses, they come in, they win the Breeders' Crown, they win a lot of championships, and then they kind of go off into the breeding shed. The last horse that I thought may have a chance to do something like that would have been the Great Wiggle It Jiggle It, who had some back issues that caused him some problems. So, it's tough. You see it more from the geldings than you do so the studs and the mares, for good reason. There's good money in the breeding industry, right? But we'll see what happens over the next few years and see if somebody can overpower it.
There's Quattro de Julio, and he looks a little hot under the collar today.
Yeah.
Lucas just trying to keep him as calm and relaxed as he can. You don't want to run your race, as they say, before it starts. So he'll try and keep him composed, conserve his energy here just prior to the start. In contrast, the two Svanstead horses side by side there look nice and calm and relaxed as well. This might be a good time to ask our viewers tuning in today on our different platforms. We're talking about Breeders' Crown royalty. Do you have a favorite horse that you've watched over the years of the Breeders' Crown? Perhaps a favorite race? Let us know in the comments section. We really enjoy hearing from our viewers, and we've got them tuning in worldwide today once again, Mike.
Yeah, all over the world. Thanks to all of our viewers, UK, Ireland, just all over the place. And there's a lot of interest and a lot of hype, in this Breeders' Crown. You've got Sweden, with the Åke Svanstedt group. So the Marcus Melander group, the Melander name over in Sweden, Greg, is loyalty in its own right.
That's right.
As they get ready to go to the gate here, we thank our worldwide audience for checking out our Breeders' Crown coverage over the last couple of days. Last night, obviously, in the rain, and then, of course, today as the sun is shining.
All right, we'll give a shout out to Nina Bell Mariani, just commenting, cheering on Jujubee. Looking to get back into the win column. He's 13 for 17. Will he be 14 for 18 after this one? It's the Breeders' Crown Colt and Gelding Trot Final.
$650,000. Presented by Wanda Policini's Purple Haze Stables. 20-cent pick 6 starts now. Here they come. Three-year-olds are off and trotting. Logan Park on the outside. Dancing in the Dark broke. Jujubee charging out of there with Delayed Hanover and Quattro de Julio and Ambassador Hanover right to the top for Åke Svanstedt. It's Ambassador Hanover. Jujubee goes after him on the outside as Quattro de Julio takes a seat in a minute. Hanover on the rail. Delayed Hanover is going up on the outside from 5th. On the move up is Flylight from 6 past the quarter. Then comes Ritson, and in range Hanover after the early break. Logan Park, and way back is Dancing in the Dark. Hot quarter here. 26-2 for Jujubee. Andrew McCarthy grabs in, looks to ration out the speed. Ambassador Hanover, elimination winner right there in the second spot. The other elimination winner, Quattro de Julio, is third as they continue across the backstretch. Delayed Hanover parked on the outside uncovered. In a minute, Hanover stride for stride with him in 5th. Flylight is second over 6th. Ritson pinned in 7th on the rail. Then comes In Range, and way back Logan Park and Dancing in the Dark. 55-3 was the rated half. So it's Jujubee by 2. He is the target. Jujubee. Ambassador Hanover on the inside. Quattro de Julio is asked the question on the outside, and he's coming on in attack mode. As they around the far turn, Delayed Hanover second over behind him. In a minute, Hanover stride for stride with him as they pass 3/4, and it's Jujubee by 2. Quattro de Julio inching in. Ambassador Hanover stride for stride with him. 123-4, 28-1 in the third quarter. Into the stretch of the Breeders' Crown, and it's Jujubee by 2, 2.5. Quattro de Julio trying to rev up and come after him. Ambassador Hanover to the inside. Delayed Hanover towering up late here as they appear to be getting to Jujubee, but he hangs in there. Jujubee almost there. Jujubee, yes indeed. Then close Flylight, or In Range was flying late. Right there with Delayed Hanover. Jujubee, 151-2.
Jujubee atones, was knocked off last time out after the long win streak, and comes right back and regains his winning ways and does it in the Breeders' Crown Final, and he does it in stakes record time. Ultra impressive.
Yeah, stakes record was set by Father Patrick and Bar Hopping, 2014 and 2016 respectively, and 151 and 4. Big effort here, 151 and 2. They set some pretty stiff fractions. I mean, 26 and 2. They got the second quarter in 29 and 1, then came in 123 and 4. But Juju B, wow, ultra impressive as we're watching the replay here. The horse on the inside, tell who that was. Ocas Fonstead. Kind of got caught up in there. It looked like Juju B might be a little leg weary there in the stretch.
Yeah, could have made it interesting there, but really tight quarters and just never did get the clearance as Cuatro de Julio hung in gamely, was in that place photograph, a wall of horses battling it out for the place. It appeared that Flylight may have gotten there. We've got the inquiry sign up here as well, and no doubt the judges will be reviewing the final portions of the stretch drive.
Yeah, we talked about it as they were coming down to the finish, and it looked like they kind of got stacked up there. And one thing about some of the rulings we've seen here, if it impedes the progress of another horse, and it could impede the progress, it could impede that forward motion. If they're aggressively moving forward, it could potentially be cause for disqualification. So we'll have to wait and see what happens here. Juju B getting a little bit leg weary there in the stretch. I'll be interested to see what Andy McCarthy, if it's against him, tells the judges. But 7 Flylight was second, In Range was third, and then Cuatro de Julio, disappointing fourth for Lucas Wallen. Just didn't have anything left for Juju B.
Yeah, and in watching from the angle of the vantage point we had, it looked like clearance just never did develop for Ambassador Hanover there, but the head-on is really what you want to have a look at. And we're getting a peek at it now. And again, was there ever truly a clear lane there? Let's see if they'll roll it back. Judges will be looking at this in real time along with the viewers. So let's get another look at the head-on here.
Yeah, as we take a look at the judges' view here, it looks like Ocas Fonstead's going to come to the outside. Now the question's going to be, is this against Juju B or the horse to his outside? Obviously, there's about a half a lake there. What my concern was that right there, right where you see him come to the outside, is where Juju B kind of was starting to show a little bit of wavering, but maybe some hooked wheels as well.
Yeah. I mean, tight quarters, and you understand. Aki's hitting second. He's got Trot. He's just begging for that daylight, as they say. Just not sure if it was ever truly there. Right here, Cuatro de Julio holding his position. He's out in the 2 path, and I don't think he ever really drifts wide enough to open the seam, and that's why you get the tight quarters right in here. Yep. In my opinion, Juju B didn't change course dramatically enough to cause any issue there, because I don't think the clearance was there to begin with. But it's not our call to make, and the officials upstairs will certainly be having a good close look at it. You want to get those calls right, especially in races of this stature.
Does it appear that the inquiry is against Juju B at this point with them putting the blanket on? So right now your unofficial winner, Juju B, and Andy McCarthy. We got another interview winner, by the way. I just want that to be put out there. So bet the interviewee. That's the route we're going, right?
And for Greg Wright Jr., nice Breeders' Crown feather in his cap. And what a season, a dream season it's been for this guy. Another one who banked just $13,000 last year, lightly raced with only 5 starts, and was put away on a high note and comes back this year. And he is arguably the premier Colt trotter in all of North America now. 14 for 18, almost $1 million in seasonal earnings for him.
And now the conversation starts about end-of-year honors. Amigo Volo last year taking down end-of-year honors from this race. It had been 2 years prior to that to What the Hill, who faced older horses in the TVG after being disqualified in the Hambletonian. So he had to kind of prove himself against older horses. He came back, won the TVG. So does Juju B have what it takes to possibly take home divisional honors? We'll see.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I would think this victory today may have just sewn it up for him. All right, we'll leave you with a look at the happy winning connections, and we'll hear from them when we return here on COSA-TV.
They are off, competing for over $4 million in purses this season. Join us to witness the best the sport of harness racing has to offer and celebrate Harrah's Hoosier Park's 2021 championship season alongside family, fun entertainment, handicapping contests, giveaways, and more. Be sure to catch the hottest harness racing action now through December 4th. First post is 6:30 p.m. Visit harrahshoosierpark.com for a full lineup of racing events, live entertainment, and casino promotion.
My grandfather instilled in me that there's no such thing as luck. He said luck is where hard work meets opportunity.
Jujubee victorious in the Breeders' Crown for 3-year-old Colt and gelding Trotters, and a popular winner as well. He was bet down to heavy favorite status, returning $3.20 to win. Some long shots though in behind with that confusion in the home stretch. The 7 Flylight and In Range rounding out a nice triactor worth $273 and change for a 50-cent combination. A 10-cent superfecta, just shy of $300. Very nice return with the heavy favorite Jujubee in the win spot. Quattro de Julio survives a tough trip, and he rounds out your top 4 in that superfecta return. 6, 7, 8, 4 winning numbers. So Jujubee and Andy McCarthy get it done. And a big win for Andy, for those who backed him today in our Pick Your Driver contest.
Yeah.
A much needed result at this point in the proceedings.
Yeah, for sure. And, I'm not so sure that Lucas Wallen and those guys were going to get to Jujubee. I mean, Jujubee was really tough. I know there was a little bit of thing there, but, one of those things that just kind of happens. And, congratulations to Andy McCarthy and the guys. As you said, he got some much needed points as he moves into 5th place with 75 points right now. But it's all about Dexter Dunn, it seems like, at this point.
If you were going to rate these 6 coming into Breeders' Crown weekend, Dexter would very understandably have been one of the favorites coming in. And right now he's starting to open some daylight in our competition. 160 points with Dave Miller solidly in second at 110. Tim not far behind, still within range. And then Yannick, Andy makes a big jump there, and Brian Sears with 50 points. So good luck to those of you who registered and are playing along today in our Pick the Driver competition. Great way to engage our viewer audience today, and it's a lot of fun to hear from you. We heard from a number commenting when we asked their favorite Breeders' Crown, horse Breeders' Crown moment. And great to hear from you. Still lots of time to have your say with us today. And let us know where you're tuning in from as well. We enjoy seeing the representation of our viewers from all over the world here today tuning in, and that's really what the Breeders' Crown is all about. It draws the eyes of the harness racing world to whatever venue is hosting, and this year it is the Big M. No racetrack has hosted more times than the Meadowlands. This is the 103rd event that's been hosted since 1984. Today, so far, you've talked about the front end being the place to be, and it looked like Andy McCarthy had no intention of taking off the gate. He wanted to control it. All right, we're going to head over trackside now and hear from Gabe Pruitt with the Winning Connections.
Junior and the owner and breeder, John Erdner, here as well. And Andy, awful loss last weekend. Drove this guy with a lot of confidence today, straight to the lead. This was a gutsy effort.
Yeah, you know, I turned him, scored him down a little bit today, and he felt terrific. And you know, it was a big first quarter, it really was. But you know, I kind of want to take chance out of it today and get him where he likes it. And you know, he dug deep and raced terrific.
What were your thoughts when you saw that 26-2 first quarter?
I'm like, come on, boy, reel it in a little bit here. I was trying to get him to go as slow as I could. You know, he was ready to march on, but you know, I got him to steady down there that middle half, and you know, down by the wire there, he was getting a little tired, but you know, he's such a gutsy horse, and he knew them horses were on the outside of him, and he wasn't going to let them go by.
Yeah, he showed a lot of determination there today to get it done. You had the other elimination winner on your back, Ambassador Hanover Quattro de Julio, got away third. Did you have confidence turning for home that you had enough left of the tank?
Well, that's the thing. I knew I had the two best horses on my back, you know, but you know, that's I really tried to slow him down, so I knew they'd have a little pop finishing. But you know, he's just so gutsy. He's like I said, he kind of looks at them horses and he won't let them go by. You know, he's always been that way, the way I felt him, and you know, so mid-stretch I was a little worried, but you know, I kind of looked over and I seen they were tired too, and I knew he'd get it done.
Congratulations, Andy. We're going to bring in trainer Greg Wright Jr. And Greg, the Colt, awful loss. A little bit different today. Did you make any changes into this model?
Yeah, we took his back shoes off today and seemed to help him free him up a little bit. But we did some work on him this last week. He came in that race a little dehydrated from shipping and all that. So, you know, we were able to get him back to close to 100% as we could. And he just showed what a champion he is today. I mean, I was a little concerned going into the race. It's been a long year, but I mean, he just showed what kind of horse he is.
He's just had remarkable consistency. I'll ask you the same question I asked Andy. When you saw that 26-2 first quarter, what were your thoughts?
I mean, you know, the track, it's a little tiring track still today, and the wind, and there hasn't been a lot of front-end horses holding on. So I was a little concerned, but he had him in the right spot. I mean, if he was going to, you know, be a champion, he was.
That's what champions do. And congratulations, Greg. You've done a great job managing them all season long. We'll bring in owner-breeder John Erdner. And, John, it feels good to get another big one in the bank, I'm sure.
Oh, that's wonderful.
And you are noted as saying you don't fly. So how did you get here from Florida this afternoon?
I want to make sure I get here, so I drove.
Yeah, and I almost got delayed, so I understand your thoughts on that. You don't travel light, though. This is the biggest group I've seen in the winner's circle all afternoon. Who are all these people with you, friends and family?
Family and relatives. And friends.
And the fan club for Juju B just continues to keep growing.
It does.
And we've seen so many homebreds get the job done in these Breeders' Crown Championships. It seems it always feels special anytime to win a Breeders' Crown, but with the horse you're bred, I'm sure extra special.
Well, it is. It makes it all worthwhile.
And I know it's early, but as we've noted before, the 3-year-old champions, they get an invitation to that TVG against the older trotters, one of the major races at the end of the year. What are your early thoughts on that?
Well, I can think about that now because we're eligible.
Yeah, you're eligible. You got that in the bank for sure. And we don't have to declare right now, so we'll let you think about that. Congratulations, John. All of the connections. Juju B, Breeders' Crown champion.
Enjoy the thrill of the race anywhere, anytime with HPIBet.com. Join for free and use your smartphone, tablet, or PC to watch and wager when you can't be at the track. Stream live racing from over 450 tracks. Bet with ease from anywhere. It's safe and secure. Get rewards, race alerts, tips, and more. For a limited time, get $100 when you become a member. Plus, 1 month free live race streaming, and your first bet is on us. Go to HPIBet.com to join for free today.
By now, you know the name COSA-TV, an industry leader producing unique, high-quality digital content promoting harness racing in Ontario. Features, virtual programming, live events, and more. COSA-TV has it covered. Follow our social media channels and be sure to subscribe to our YouTube page to view the latest content. And if you're looking to bet your favorite Ontario track, check out HPIBet.com. COSA-TV, taking Ontario racing global.
I gotta hit the beat. I gotta hit the beat. Gotta hit the
Download Dark Horse Bets today.
beat. gotta hit the beat.
Rood and Riddle Equine Hospital is a worldwide leader in equine healthcare, providing a full menu of services and treatment for all breeds and disciplines of horses, from the family companion to the high-performance athlete. Learn more today. Visit roodandriddle.com.
Rapide LaBelle second on the outside. In at the rail third to find the world. Commander Crow setting up a second of a rally from in fourth. Jameson already tipping his hand 3 wide. Here comes Lucky Jim from the backfield. He's self-destructed coming off cover. Lucky Jim's off stride. Sandpail to the roar of the crowd at Woodbine. Knifes out 3/4 in 1:23-1. Rapide LaBelle second on the outside. Still closing. Here comes Commander Crow off cover now. 3 wide to the drive. Sandpail when called on to do so, digs in for Wiggles. Sandpail on the inside, on his home turf. Sandpail, you the man! Sandpail wins the Breeders' Crown Open Trot in 1:51-4. Rapide LaBelle second, and Commander Crow is third.
The great Canadian champion Sandpail, the year he took on the European invaders on home soil and won the Breeders' Crown, a 3-time Maple Leaf Trot champion, and part of Breeders' Crown history as one of the favorite memories in our From the Vault segment. Really enjoying those trips down memory lane here all afternoon. Andy McCarthy not at the top of the standings in our driver challenge, but in the hair game. He's in a league of his own, isn't he?
He really is. I was telling our camera guys backstage last night, you know, he was coming in mud from head to toe. He'd take the helmet off, perfect hair. You know, he's the Greg Blanchard of drivers. You guys in your hair. I gotta get my hair game going here.
There you go. All right, just checking the social feed again. Really appreciate everybody commenting and tuning in today. Lisa Bradford said she was at the first Breeders' Crown, the only one I guess ever held at Colonial Downs, when Art Escape won the 3-year-old Colt Pace. That's a favorite memory for her. Bernadine Cruz tuning in today from Cheyenne, Wyoming. That's fantastic. And Rick Americano watching from Dallas, Texas. Hello to all of you tuning in here today. It's been a lot of fun so far, and you know, we could potentially be saving the best for last. Really excited about the 3 championships that we have still to come here this afternoon on Super Saturday at the Meadowlands Racetrack. Let's take a look at the field for the upcoming contest. And this is going to be quite a tussle. It is the Mare's Pace. Rocknificent will occupy post 1 in this good-looking field, where Lions Sentinel has been, I would say, the undisputed queen of the division all season long. But we saw this quite a bit last week in the elimination. She was a beaten favorite. How surprised were you at that?
You know, I was pretty surprised. You know, she got pretty roughed up there. You know, she had to come first up and make up a decent amount of ground. Was only beat a length, 26-3 to Rocknificent and Peaky Sneaky. So, you know, the one thing about the King group is that they normally have their horses revved up and ready to go. One of the horses that received a bye into this race was the 6 Racine Belle, who supplemented to this race for $31,250. The connections of Racine Belle have to have a lot of confidence in their top mare.
All right, and there's a look at some of the historical stats from this particular division in the Breeders' Crown. Hannah Hanover and Kissin' in the Sand share the stakes record at 148. Hannah Hanover was an interesting mare. She was a preferred type north of the border in Canada, campaigned by Mark Stacey, and she loved the Meadowlands. Talk about a horse for course. When she came here, many of her biggest performances came on this stage, including her Breeders' Crown win in 148. Let's meet the field as they make their way out. Public not swayed by that defeat last week for Lions Sentinel. They fully expect her to come back and get back to her winning ways.
Yeah, trainer Jim King leading out Lions Sentinel as we take a look at number 4, JK First Lady. Lions Sentinel 9 for 16 this year, over $600,000 made. It's going to be tough to beat this mare, I think, especially if she leaves. Now, the one thing about this mare, in her qualifier, you know, she showed speed, but her usual kick is closing. I'm not so sure that that's going to work in this spot. You know, we'll have to see what Tim Tetrick wants to do. But it'll be interesting to see what kind of trip they work out.
Yeah, and that's why these guys are the best at what they do. If they determine that there is a really strong bias and that is going to come into play, then they will adjust, I'm sure, their driving strategy to accommodate for that. Jim King Jr., trainer of number 3 Lion Sentinel, and sometimes it takes that 4-year-old season to acclimate and find your feet. That hasn't been the case for this mare. She has instantly shown that she is able to graduate and compete at the very top level. She's 9 for 16 this year, 600,000 on her card. And there have been a few times where it looks like she's going down to defeat and she just finds a way to win. So I wouldn't be shocked to see her come back and get it done here. Peaky Sneaky is maybe the poster girl for what I just spoke about. Last year, one of the very best 3-year-olds in North America. She banked over $500,000, found the winner's circle 6 times. Has not been able to win this year in 14. Has turned in many good miles. She paces in the 148, 149 range, very competitive at the top level, but has found it difficult to be able to beat the very best older mares. But sneaky might be the right term. I think she could be sneaky good here today. I think she's getting better and better as we go on here. And you get Dexter Dunn and Nancy Tactor. They were victorious in this race last year with Kissin' in the Sand, the aforementioned stakes record holder.
We'll have to get our statistician on this horse I want to talk about, the 7 Rockin' Nola. 23-year-old Joey Putnam drives. Be interested to see at what age would be the youngest Breeders' Crown champion. Was 5th in the Breeders' Crown elimination by going to the lead. But the way the track has been playing today, I would not be completely surprised to see Rockin' Nola maybe put up a big effort. The price is right at 13 to 1. Has been racing on the Indiana Sire Stakes circuit. Was a winner in 148 and 4. Now, granted, facing the likes of Rocknificent and Peaky Sneaky and whatnot is a lot different than facing some of the Indiana Sire Stakes horses that you were facing back home in the Midwest. But who knows? We've seen crazier things happen, right?
Exactly. I think maybe there's just a little bit more depth, and the big fractions that she put up last time out simply caught up to her in the late stages. But you take that race and you take a snapshot of it to make the lead and put up a solid 55-second half, and then have the ability to throw in a 26-4 third quarter and only get beaten 3 lengths. That tells me this is a very talented individual, and I'm sure Joey Putnam would have taken a lot from that experience of driving in that race last week. And you know, if he can just find a slightly different trip for her today, watch out for Rockin' Nola. I agree. 1 to 2 on Lion Sentinel. She is the talk of the tote board. If you think she's vulnerable, you're going to get a pretty nice price no matter which way you go. Getting a look at the field, maybe aside from Lion Sentinel, the most consistent in the field, Rocknificent certainly could fit the bill there. She's been no worse than second in 12 of 17 starts this year, while taking on the best in the division week in and week out, and she's won 2 in a row coming into today.
Number 2, Peaky Sneaky, is yet to win in 14 starts this year. It's owned by Howard Taylor, Judith Taylor, and the order by stable Nancy Tactor. Trains Dexter Dunn is in the sulky.
Just had a look at Lion Sentinel. She's been the queen of the division and trying to get back to her winning ways today.
Next on the screen was 4 JK First Lady, owned by the 3 brothers, the stable for trainer Nancy Tactor. David Miller will drive, looking for another Breeders' Crown victory.
Andy McCarthy looks to come right back with the 5 Keep Rockin' for Nifty Norman. Racine Bell had a look at her. She's a Yonkers invader, has been doing good things there.
7 Rockin' Nola, owned by JP Racing LLC in Suttons Bay Racing. Joe Putnam trains, and Joey Putnam at 23 years old, going to try to win one for the Young Guns here.
Second Nifty Norman trainee is Marlo Hanover with Brian Sears from Post 8. Drama Act, Chris Page will occupy Post 9 for Team Burke. And the last one?
10 Treacherous Rain for the Alanya Armada, owned by the Alanya Racing. Big Al's stables, the Let It Ride stables, and Bottom Line Racing. Tony Alanya is the trainer. Bob McClure is in the sulky for breeder White Birch Farm. So a talented field of 10 here, Greg.
All right, it's the open mare's pace, and right now we are going to send it back over trackside to our Diamond Creek Winners Lounge and Heather Vitale, and we know who Heather is going to be cheering for in this upcoming race.
Yes, I will be cheering for Lion Sentinel. First, I want to be talking to John Gardner, the owner, the breeder of Jujubee. We have a huge crowd. We have a huge crowd. Diamond Creek Winter Lounge, and actually Diamond Creek Creatine. That's the daddy. And tell me about her name and tell me about her.
Well, La Cantera, and I raced her as a 3-year-old and 4-year-old, but she had to move on to be a mom.
And how exciting is it to have this breeder's crown? I mean, are there words to excited? It's crazy, right?
It doesn't get any better.
It really doesn't. And he brought an entire entourage. Do they go to every track with you?
Well, they a lot of them do, yes.
Yes. Lots of champagne flowing here. Huge celebration. But you know what? What is a Jujubee?
Well, it was a candy from Europe, but you don't want to eat it. It's not really good.
Right. Well, you know, he might not be good, but the horse is great. Yes. And this is your trophy for being breeder. Congratulations. So happy for you.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, well, you know what? Let me hold it for now. He's such a pain. Actually, where's Joyce? We'll bring Joyce in before we go to the race. Here's Joyce. Come here, Joyce. We'll give Joyce the trophy. All right. Yes, it is heavy. All right. We got a whole family affair here, you guys. Having so much fun.
All right, thank you very much, Heather, and the happy connections. And yeah, the candy might not be good, but the Trotter certainly is, and those cupcakes that Heather had earlier looked fantastic as well. Let's focus our attention now on the Open Mare's pace. Lion Sentinel continues as the heavy favorite at 2-5. She was upended, though, last week in the eliminations, as we mentioned. Let's take a look back at those now.
Three-quarters, Rock'n'Nola on a mission here. Stalked all the way by Rocknificent and Peaky Sneaky third. Three-quarters, 1:21 and 4, 26 and 4 in that third quarter. Rock'n'Nola ripping out of the pocket is Rocknificent after a perfect trip. Peaky Sneaky charging late. Lion Sentinel, not today. It is Rocknificent. Rocknificent, Peaky Sneaky. Rocknificent holds off Peaky Sneaky. Then Lion Sentinel. JK first, Lady and Rock'n'Nola, 1:48 and 4.
Rocknificent, she had been kind of the bridesmaid type all season long, suddenly has won 2 in a row and looked very good in her elimination victory from a week ago, but still somewhat overlooked on the odds board right now at 7-2. One of the long shots in the field toward the outside, Drama Act from the Ron Burke stable. Going to be a big moment for young driver Chris Page, and earlier this afternoon, Mike caught up with him.
Here was driver Chris Page, and Chris, let's talk a little bit about Drama Act. Drama Act's won 12 of 18 this season. She's a very talented mare, and she steps up to the Breeders' Crown level tonight.
Yeah, she's been not bashful in the win column, as you said. She's won 12 times. Yeah, she fits with these fillies. The post position is going to make it a little bit challenging, but you know, hope to mix it up.
One thing about her, she's versatile. She can kind of come from off the pace. She can go to the lead. You know, she can do a little bit of everything.
Yeah, that's what it shows on the program. You know, she's just a good horse. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't be here. You know, we're just going to have to take her shot and look left, and hopefully it works out.
Well, let's reminisce a little bit about last night, post number 10 with Sea Silk, and boy, did you really close home sharply to finish a very strong second.
Yeah, that was fun. The 40-mile-an-hour winds and the rains didn't stop her last night, you know, just kidding. But no, she raced very good. Overcome a tough trip, you know, first up out for a while, and then I ended up getting some cover. But just what a nice filly and what a good way to end the year.
Appreciate your time, Chris.
Yep, thanks, Mike.
All right, young Chris Page enjoying Breeders' Crown weekend, and that's a name I think you'll see more and more in the coming years on this particular weekend. Starting gate is rolling. Race number 9 on today's Meadowlands program. It's our next Breeders' Crown Championship for the Open Mare Pacers. Should be a good one.
And it's post time. The preferred equine starting gate is rolling. Odds on at 1-2, 3 Lion Sentinel. At 7-2, the elimination winner, Rocknificent. The Breeders' Crown final. 3-year-olds and up, fillies and mares, $330,000 presented by Kentuckiana Farms. Field of 10 on gate. Race 9. Here they come. They're off. Racine Bell shoots out of there, goes right to the top. Rocknificent from the inside, early speed with Peaky, Sneaky, and Lion Sentinel is 4th. JK First Lady 3 wide from 5th as they swing around that first turn. Keep Rockin' settles in 6th. In front of Rockin' Nola, followed by Marlowe Hanover. And then it's Drama Act on the outside and Treacherous Rain trails. Quick dart to the front. Rocknificent, the elimination winner, with Scott Ciron. Plants her up front here, in control, 27 flat. So Racine Bell secures that pocket ride with the early speed. Peaky Sneaky close to the pace in 3rd. The odds-on choice, Lion Sentinel, bides her time in 4th position. It's JK First Lady looking to be an anxious 5th here. Keep Rockin' is 6th as they continue towards the half underway. Is Rockin' Nola to the outside. Then it's Marlowe Hanover. Drama Act is underway. Gapped at the back is Treacherous Rain. And it's Rocknificent with the stranglehold on at 5-2 on the board here. 55-1, 28-1 second quarter. Rocknificent, perfect 2-hole ride for Racine Bell and Jason Bartlett as they round the far turn. It's Peaky Sneaky who stayed in. Lion Sentinel has to do it uncovered as they head to 3 quarters. Grabbing her cover, JK First Lady on the outside. She's all set to come 3 wide right now. Keep Rockin' with a shuffle on the inside. Rockin' Nola has some work to do, but it's Rocknificent on the engine at 3 quarters and 1:22 3. Lays down a 27-2 in that 3rd quarter into the stretch of the Breeders' Crown. Rocknificent, and on the outside, Lion Sentinel is coming up to challenge. Racine Bell trying to squeeze on through. It is still Rocknificent. Lion Sentinel on the outside and Racine Bell. Rocknificent is Crownnificent. It's Rocknificent. And then Lion Sentinel. Then close either Peaky Sneaky or Racine Bell. Rocknificent at 149 in the Breeders' Crown.
Rocknificent really peaking at the right time in the season. Red hot coming into this final, and Scott Ciron taking matters into his own hands, made the quarter pole move to the front. That ended up being the winning move as she kicks home with 26-2 final quarter speed to win in 149, just missing the stakes record in this category by a 1/5 of a second.
Yeah, things got a little bit tight there down the stretch. We noticed is Racine Bell. How about the effort from Racine Bell? As of late, she's looked almost like a little bit of a tired racehorse. I mean, she's raced 23 times this season with 11 wins, has only missed the board twice all season long, and she really was sharp. She's going to finish 3rd, going for $330,000 after putting up the $32,000. She proved her trackers to be wrong.
Absolutely. Lions Sentinel could not get there, similar to what we saw from Atlanta earlier. A tremendous effort, but was just second best on this particular day, and is the runner-up here, but doesn't diminish at all from the kind of season she has had, where she has been the undisputed queen of the division. The inquiry is up, and they're having a look at Racine Bell in the stretch drive, where, again, she got in the tight quarters. We'll take a look at it here. Looked like she was live and had some pace there, but really nowhere to go.
Maybe a pylon violation here. It looked like she kicked one of the pylons out and maybe went inside another pylon or two. As we take a look at it here, she's sitting behind number 1 Rocknificent, who on the pan cam, it looked like maybe they got tight, but the horse kind of veered in a little bit. You're going to see here, right about here, there goes the pylon, maybe call it a pylon violation, but the way the pylons are here, they're kind of angled, right, Craig? So maybe that will save her.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure, and I should know this, how they rule on it in New Jersey. I know in Ontario, if you go over top of pylons, if you hit them but don't go totally inside them, then that makes a difference.
It doesn't look like
there you have to go totally inside to be considered inside the pylon. So we'll see what happens. It would have been interesting to see had she been able to get clearance if she would have been able to take a run at Rocknificent.
How about Linda Toscano here, giving Scotty Z a big hug. Hall of Fame trainer Linda Toscano, still at the top of her game, doing some really, really big things. Linda's led some really nice horses, most notably market share to some really nice and big performances.
And this is her first win in this filly pace category. So, everything Linda has done, this is one particular division that has eluded her over the years, but no longer gets it done here. And Linda has to be all smiles as well to watch, what her former pupils have done in the stallion shed. We know about Chapter 7, obviously, and his son, Walner, maybe going even to another level.
Yeah, just seeing some of her old stock kind of make a big case or a big scene, so to speak, on the harness racing circuit. She's got to be super proud of all of those horses. For Scotty Z, that is his first victory in this race as well. So they team up together to win their first Breeders' Crown Mare Pace together.
And a multiple Breeders' Crown weekend for Scott Zeron. Of course, one last evening with Monty Mickey and the 2-year-old Colt and Gelding Pace to cap off the night, and gets it done here with Rocknificent in the 3-year-old filly pace. So Scott adding to his reputation as a big money driver.
Yeah, Jeff Corral and Jason Settlemore, special thanks to them for allowing COSA-TV to be here as well. They are in the winner's circle to meet Rocknificent here in this race presented by Kentuckietta Farms.
As we continue the celebrations, we will take another quick commercial break and be back to hear from some of the winners after the break.
Enjoy the thrill of the race anywhere, anytime with HPIBet.com. Join for free and use your smartphone, tablet, or PC to watch and wager when you can't be at the track. Stream live racing from over 450 tracks. Bet with ease from anywhere. It's safe and secure. Get rewards, race alerts, tips, and more. For a limited time, get $100 when you become a member. Plus, 1 month free live race streaming, and your first bet is on us. Go to HPIBet.com to join for free today.
My grandfather instilled in me that there's no such thing as luck. He said luck is where hard work meets opportunity.
All right, a big thank you to Diamond Creek Farm, one of the sponsors today, of course, sponsoring our Winners Lounge, where Heather Vitale is. We'll hopefully catch up with her again in a few moments. Big thank you to our television sponsors, COSA-TV. Of course, we're broadcasting on the COSA-TV platform. Cujo Entertainment teaming up with them all season long in Ontario, and proud to be presenting Breeders' Crown coverage to a worldwide audience as well. And also to Root and Riddle Equine Hospital, with locations in Kentucky, Florida, and New York, one of the premier equine hospitals in all of North America. Welcome to our coverage. If you're just joining us late, well, don't fear. We've still got a couple of good ones to come for you on Breeders' Crown Super Saturday. And Rocknificent showing that her elimination win was certainly no fluke. Didn't get maybe quite the level of respect she deserved coming in, but she is proving now that she is going to be a late season force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, that win 2 back, I mean, just in the filly and mare Alarage, I mean, was a winner in 148 flat. Anybody who didn't think that she would at least make a case here. 1-2 on Lion Sentinel was tough to take, right? You know, that short price, but like you said, you will be handsomely rewarded in this situation. We kick off the pick 3 here, so Rocknificent, instead of being 3, maybe 4-1, depending on what the final odds were, might be treated more like a 6 or 7-1 shot in your exotics. So congratulations if you picked Rocknificent. in this field. Finishing third was the 2 Peaky Sneaky, and again, Racine Bell, I mean, just absolutely put up a really good effort with Jason Bartlett in the sulky. So 1-3-2-6 as we take a look at the prices from race 9.
Magnificent goes off as a 5-2 winner, and with the 2 favorites just in reverse order, you get handsomely rewarded in the exactor wager as well. $15.20 for that 1-3 combination. A 50-cent pick 4 sequence, pretty popular combination, $27.50 for that. A late pick 4 wager is going to start off next with 2 more Breeders' Crown races still to come, and they will comprise the opening half of that late pick 4 wager. Linda Toscano, the first lady when it comes to female trainers in the sport of harness racing. Tremendous career, Hall of Fame trainer, and now just simply adding to an already incredible resume.
Yeah, for sure. Like I said, she's trained some of harness racing's top-tier talent. I mean, we mentioned market share. We talked about Walner earlier, has become a really stellar sire along with Chapter 7. So Linda Toscano, just a highlighted career, and it's great to see some of the women in the sport, you know, in a very much male-dominated sport, kind of step up on the big grand stage and produce some really high talented winners.
And I think she's one of those people that's tremendously respected throughout the industry, and you know, that's part of, I think, what makes her a top trainer. And you know, take the male-female thing out of the equation. She's just a great trainer. And we had the chance to have her on an edition of COSA-TV this past winter for one of our virtual shows, and it was a lot of fun and nice to go back and kind of walk through the early days of her career, because she's earned everything she's gotten the hard way.
Yeah, and you know, I had a chance to catch up with her. We'll talk a little bit about that. Let's send it to Gabe Pruitt, who's standing by with Linda Toscano and Scott Zeron.
Into your own hands today, right down the road with this mare.
Yeah, honestly, I first want to congratulate the horse Magnificent. I mean, she has been amazing for me all year. Driving horses sometimes isn't easy, but driving her is really robotic. She gives me everything every time, super nice and professional, and she lets me do that with her, where I'm able to start her up leaving and then just kind of get some soft fractions, and it really became a great stretch race.
And speaking of that, it happened right here today. You got a nice rating in the middle half. You had to be quite confident turning for home.
Yeah, but you know, we've been in that situation before, and it just seems like Line Sentinel is really tough to fend off. And you know, today we got the upper hand.
Yeah, she doesn't like to stop coming, but your mare just kept marching through the lane.
She did too, and I don't put her on front a whole lot, so when I do, she's usually pretty good.
Congratulations, Scott. We'll let you get back to it. Linda, talk to us about Magnificent. She's been so consistent all season long. It feels good to get the big one, I'm sure.
It sure does, and like Scott just said, it's going to sound like a mutual admiration society, but she does what she does because he taught her to do that. He's done a great job with her. She's as relaxed. She shows up every single week. She gives us a great effort, and I'm tickled that she got a big one.
Yeah, and you've trained horses obviously for decades, and she's just so well mannered. She's so easy to drive. Scott's remarked on it many, many times. You know, it's not easy to get one with those type of manners.
No, I mean, I'd like to take credit for that, but that's just her.
You can't.
No, that's just her. She's just a pleasure. She's great gaited. She's quick off the gate, and she's 2 fingers to come back to you.
All right, we've got Dan Bear here as well of the South Mountain Stables. Dan, it has to feel good to have the sport's newest millionaire.
It's fantastic, but it's even better having a Hall of Fame trainer training my horse, and probably a soon-to-be Hall of Fame driver in Scotty Zeron. They've been fantastic. You know, I do my part. I pay the bills, and that's about all I do. And they do all the work, and they've been wonderful.
That's a big part. I know it has to be just a pleasure to see her in the box and to go week after week. Her consistency, as we've talked about, has been so key.
Well, that's the job that Linda has done with her, and it's amazing how she can leave all the time and still be consistent as she is. I have to give it to her. She's a fantastic horse, and she gives me heart palpitations every time she races, but it's wonderful, and today's fantastic.
Well, congratulations. We're so happy for all you guys. Dan Bear with the South Mountain Stables. Hall of Famer Linda Toscano and driver Scott Zeron, Magnificent in the Breeders' Crown Final.
By now, you know the name COSA-TV, an industry leader producing unique, high-quality digital content promoting harness racing in Ontario. Features, virtual programming, live events, and more. COSA-TV has it covered. Follow our social media channels and be sure to subscribe to our YouTube page to view the latest content. And if you're looking to bet your favorite Ontario track, check out hpibet.com. COSA-TV, taking Ontario racing global.
I gotta hit the beat. I gotta hit the beat. Gotta hit the
Download Dark Horse Bets today.
beat. I gotta hit the beat.
As they approach the three quarters, Blue Moon Stride flushed and follows that cover. Darling on the Beach is trapped to the inside and she is blocked in fifth. Pure Country to the outside. They arrive at three quarters, 123-2. Lady Shadow leads for home. To the inside, Nike, Franco, and Tetrick waits for the passing lane. And to the outside comes Blue Moon Stride and Miller. They've less than an eighth of a mile to go. Lady Shadow clings to the lead. Down to the inside comes Darling on the Beach. Darling on the Beach into the passing lane. And to the outside, here comes Blue Moon Stride. It's a cavalry charge. Here's Pure Country. And Pure Country emerging late to win the Breeders' Crown.
That was a look back to last night here at... I'm joking. It looked very similar weather-wise, and that's been a bit of a storyline in Breeders' Crown in recent years, nights like that. And we remember from Hoosier Park, and Pure Country was able to battle the elements and come up with an upset win on that night.
Yeah, Pure Country, we all remember how much of a dominating force she was. And much like Atlanta was trying to get a Breeders' Crown victory, Pure Country was really striving to get a Breeders' Crown victory and did so and was dirty in the process. The leader obviously was not so dirty, but a real tiring racetrack that night. And I remember they brought us a heater. I was doing the Mike and Mike podcast at the time, and brought us a heater so in between races we'd warm up a little bit.
We needed that last night. We just were not thinking ahead of time. Today, not the case, but it's cooling off now as the sun is starting to go down, but still a very nice day overall here, and hope you've enjoyed the live coverage so far. Breeders' Crown Championship Saturday from the Big M. Two more left to go. We've got the Open Trotters coming up next year, an excellent field of 11 this time around. We'll have one from the trailing tier, so a different dynamic in this race could really shake things up.
Yeah, and I've noticed that post 11 and 12 here at the Meadowlands specifically, produces not only some value, but they hit the ticket pretty regularly. I would not want to be, the likes of Back to the Neck or Amigo Volo, just not a spot where you want to be, obviously, on the outside. Amigo Volo, last year's Breeders' Crown champion. I just would not want to be, say, post 8, 9, or 10. For me, they are auto tosses. For the betting public, they're auto tosses, but 36-1 on Chin Chin Hall. I'm not sold that that's what the price should be.
I'm not either. I wouldn't be one bit surprised to see that one hit the ticket. Ecuridi is definitely the intriguing horse in the field. We've only seen the horse once in North America in pari-mutuel action. But what an impressive debut it was.
Yeah, for sure. Ecuridi supplementing to this race for $62,500. The Connection's putting up a lot of money to get into this race. They sent the horse over here to Okas Fonstead and his stable, and Okas Fonstead picked up a victory earlier this afternoon. He picked up his first Breeders' Crown victory after being a little bit of second-itis. Another real to note before we're going to head over to see Heather is Ready for Money adds Lasix for the first time from post number 8. So an interesting handicapping angle there.
Okay, we have a lot more to talk about when it comes to the Breeders' Crown Open Trot. But before that, we want to hear from some of the ownership connections over on the other side of the track. Once again, here's Heather Vitale. Heather?
Thank you, guys. Actually, I have one of the breeders here, Mike Alada, Dia Valente stable, and you are one of the breeders, right?
Yes, breeders. My brother, from another mother, Tommy Montone, is the other breeder. He owns part of Rocklamation.
Okay, all right. Now, tell me about this gentleman to my right.
He is the heart and soul of Dale Valente Farms. This is Fidencio Cervantes. He's our manager, and he's the one who straightens, who picks all the breedings and said we should breed Rocklamation to Captain Treacherous, and he did it. And here you go.
Now, do you remember Rocklamation when she was a baby?
I breed for Prairie Farm. Yep. Yeah.
So, can you tell me about her when she was a baby?
She was a very nice looking baby right from the beginning. Yes.
All right, awesome. And I want to remind everybody that we are in the Diamond Creek Winter Lounge. And so you are one of the breeders. So I'm going to give this to you, Mike. Okay. Yes. All right. So congratulations on that. And we're going to scoot you in one more. There we go. So we've got a nice picture going on here. Now, tell me about, as a breeder, what is your favorite thing? Is it winning the big races as a breeder, watching the babies being born?
It's absolutely my favorite thing is watching the people who invested in the horse win and get return on their investment and be happy. That's what I really enjoy. And I mean, take pride in the victory of the animal, but I'm really thrilled for Linda and Dan Bear and Enviro and the other owners of Rocknificent, and so I'm just thrilled for them.
And we do want to mention Dia Valente has a special meaning, right?
Yes, Dia Valente is Latin, and it means God willing. So, and I came prepared with all my religious medals, etc. So, praying for Rocknificent to win, and she came through. Scotty Zeron did a beautiful job. The filly was second best a number of times, but in the end, she emerges victorious, and she's the queen.
Yes, she was super great today. One more thing, come here. Get over here. You keep leaving me. How do you feel? This is awesome.
I'm very excited. I'm very happy.
Yeah, I'm so happy for you.
Very shy. He's a little shy.
Little shy. Yes. All right.
You make a good team.
Yes, it's perfect. Guys, I'm going to send it back to you. We're getting ready to party here in the Diamond Creek Winter Lounge. We're having a great time. Congratulations to all the connections.
Thank you.
Great stuff, and yeah, he might be a little shy. We know Heather's not shy. That's something we can say about her. Doing a fantastic job covering off over there in the Diamond Creek Winners Lounge. The Open Trot's coming up. Stakes record shared by Market Share and Commander Crow 151 record first, just over $1 million way back in 2002. Speaking of Commander Crow, there's been some really neat international flair to this particular division.
Yeah, for sure. You guys got to see Bold Eagle a couple years ago, right up there at Woodbine. Commander Crow. Equinox B was another really nice international horse as well. So as you go through the past champions of this race, it has really, drawn some of the international horses from Europe, and that bodes well for Ecurie D, who's currently at 1-5.
And another prominent component of the Breeders' Crown Series is the owners and the records that they have compiled over the history of the event. Hanover Shoe Farms, Brittany Farms coming into this year's edition with 27 trophies each. On the purse side, Hanover Shoe Farms just shy of $19 million earned in the history of the Breeders' Crown Series. It is time to meet the field where Ecurie D, who started his career in Denmark, as mentioned, was a sensation over there and showing North America quickly in one start what he was all about. The talk of the tote board at 1-5. The Luke Blay trained Warrawee Roo turned some heads, winning an open event here at the Meadowlands and a nice tune-up last time out on the October 23rd program. A 151-2 victory. His recent form has been excellent. Dan Dubé will get the driving assignment here for owner's determination. And Dubé and Blais have teamed up for Breeders' Crown success in the past.
Number 2 will be Hambletonian champion Forbidden Trade, as you mentioned. Luke Blais and the Determination stable have teamed up to win the Hambletonian here. Luke Blais is the trader. Bob McClure will be the driver. 6-1 currently on Forbidden Trade. So if you like Forbidden Trade chances like Garnet Barnsdale did on Hambletonian Day, you're getting a good price.
Yeah, it just kind of quietly keeps adding to his impressive career resume. And there is Ecurie D. Swanstead will be in the driver's seat. Looked fantastic winning in Lexington in dominant fashion, 150-4. Speaking of the international flair to the event, want to say hello to another viewer tuning in from across the pond, Linda Albertson, tuning in from Sweden. Hello to Linda.
Just saw the Ohio bred. Number 4, It's Academic. 5 is Beads, just leaving the screen, is owned by the Buckstone Land. Liverstock per Engblom is the trader. David Miller will drive.
Engblom also sending out 6. Sermon will be driven this afternoon by Casper Fauger, a 4-time winner this year.
7, Majestic Player, trained by Walter Haynes Jr., Jeff Fout Racing, Brian Carsey, and John McGill. Midwest ownership here. Brett Miller is in the sulky.
Ready for Money, number 8 is a millionaire starter in the field. Andy McCarthy teaming up here with trainer Nancy Tactor. 2 for 11 on the season. Kind of mixed results of late coming into this race.
9, Amigo Volo was last year's Breeders' Crown champion at 3, is owned by the Penske Stables and David J. Miller. Nifty Norman is the conditioner. Dexter Dunn is in the sulky.
Back of the neck has the outside post 10. Scott Zeron looking to come right back to the winner's circle, and another one sent out by conditioner Auke Swanstead.
And 11, Chin Chin Hall, owned by Oldford Racing LLC, and David McDuffie. We saw him in the winner's circle earlier. Nifty Norman trains. Todd McCarthy will drive.
So that is your field of 11. Again, a different dynamic here. We'll have 10 on the gate and 1 from the trailing tier. And Accurate D, there really were no anxious moments for him in the North American debut. That would have been the only question mark coming in, perhaps as if he'd shown a different racing style, something to potentially be concerned about today, the way the front end has been holding up. But we saw he's got good tactical speed. He has a real presence to him when you see him on the track.
Yeah, real nice. I love those high-stepping trotters. Any horse that has a real nice trotting gait like he does. Interesting race. Look back, 3 back to May, overseas. It's not often overseas you see the mile rate at 51-4. That is a big mile. Now, granted, he was 6th that day, but wow, they had to be really trotting some on the front end.
As mentioned, he started his career in Denmark, and he won his first 11 career races, all 7 starts at age 2, in fact. So he has really been a success story from the time he's hit the racetrack. He is a pure trotter and made the acclamation to North America quite successfully in the first start. In looking at him on the track moments ago, he is on the muscle, as they say, and looks ready to rock and roll here this afternoon. There's Sermon from the Per Engblom stable. His strength in numbers for him. He's got a couple of starters in the field. This guy, his own worst enemy at times. He shows breaks in 2 of his last 3. When he minds his manners, though, the talent is definitely there.
Yeah, you're not kidding. Sermon is a really nice horse. Has won 8 in 31 starts, 4 races this year with a mark of 51-4. As we take a look at Ready for Money, and as I said before, I would not want to be, as you see Andy McCarthy, having some trouble kind of keeping Ready for Money focused here. Really having to rein him in. Ready for Money coming off a 6th place effort after making a break in the Dayton Trotting Derby. It's just been kind of hit or miss. Didn't really do much up in the north of the border in the Maple Leaf Trot.
No, and last year he had the Canadian Trotting Classic all but wrapped up and rolled off stride halfway down the stretch, similar to what we saw from Alter today. So as much success as Nancy has had in the last couple of years, she's had some unfortunate miscues at bad times as well. And Ready for Money, very similar to Sermon. Tremendously talented individual, but a little bit hit and miss when he has his A game. Certainly could be a top 3 candidate in this spot. There's no question about that. Amigo Volo trying to come back and be a double Breeders' Crown winner. He made a miscue last time out, a rare miscue for this guy. And this season just hasn't been able to find the form. Again, it looks like he's finding that transition from age 3 to 4, a difficult one, at least to this point.
Yeah, like I talked with Marcus Melander earlier, it's tough to go from 2 to 3. It's even tougher to go from 3 to 4 because there's not a whole lot of age-restricted stakes races out there. You have the Graduate, and, you know, that's about it. There's really not many other age-restricted races. So for Amigo Volo and a lot of other Colts and Geldings and even the Mares, it takes, you know, maybe 6 months to a year to kind of get up to that level. How many times, Greg, have we seen horses like Amigo Volo do so good in their 3-year-old season, just be okay at 4, and then do dominant things at 5 and 6?
There's a look at Forbidden Trade. He is the King of Canada. He is a Hamiltonian champion, and his credentials speak for themselves. He was struggling a little bit earlier in the year, came back to Canada, was a winner at Georgian Downs, 5/8 mile track in Ontario, in the Earl Rowe Memorial, and that really, I think, kick-started a strong second half of the season for him. He's been very good ever since. Just a nice tune-up qualifier for him in 153, and if you know the track record of the Luke Blais operation and driver Bob McClure, when they use qualifying races as tune-ups, they don't go for much speed in those races, so don't certainly let that sway you in any way, shape, or form. He'll be ready to go a couple of seconds faster today. He'll need to, I think, to beat this field.
Something about Forbidden Trade, I know a lot of horses that were going to Kentucky, they had to race without Lasix in Kentucky. And so a lot of horses bounced in their first start back because they raced on, they went off, and then they came right back on. So good for Luke Blais and those guys to, really kind of think about the health of the horse in this case. Did he really want to come to the Breeders' Crown off a race, where he was second? I mean, granted, he was second. He handled the no Lasix well. But, did he really want to come back and chance bouncing in the Breeders' Crown? I don't think so. So he took him to Canada, qualified him. He brought him here to the Meadowlands and qualified him on Lasix, and now he's ready for the Breeders' Crown.
All right, starting gate rolling. It's Academic the 4 for Team Burke and Yannick Gingras. They teamed up to win this particular division back in 2017 with the great trotting mare, Hannelore Hanover. Excellent field of 11 assembled, our second to last Breeders' Crown event of the day. Here's Ken Workington.
9-1 on the 5 beats. They're set for the Breeders' Crown Final Open Trot, $650,000, presented by Woodbine, Mohawk Park. Here they come. And they're off into trotting. It's Academic in beats, shooting out of there from the outside. Comes Ready for Money, and Amigo Volo is widest of all. And right there is Curie D, the heavy favorites, now second, as Forbidden Trade cuts the corner from third. So it's Beads on the outside, fourth, looking to slide in. And then it's War Wee Roo. He's stride for stride with a Ready for Money. 3 wide comes Amigo Volo at the rear of the field. Then comes Sermon to the outside. Pinned in is Chin Hall after the second tier start, then back of the neck, and Majestic Player 11th and last, 27-3. Crisp opening quarter. Curie D and Oki Svanstead takes the lead. Here comes pressure from Forbidden Trade. The Hamiltonian champion challenges. It's Academic on the inside, third as they get close to the half. Ready for Money is fourth on the outside. Beads is fifth. Amigo Volo is sixth. War Wee Roo on the outside, seventh. Followed by Chin Hall, eighth on the inside. Then comes Sermon on the outside underway with Majestic Player and back of the neck. Half was 55-1. And now it's Forbidden Trade. The ball's in his court. It's Forbidden Trade. And charging up and quickly after him is Ready for Money and Andrew McCarthy. That one means business. Curie D already back to third on the inside. War Wee Roo gapping on the outside, fourth, and squeezing out was Curie D. Got some room to squeeze out. It's Academic from the inside, has some trot to offer. It's Ready for Money on the outside. Ready for Money, 124-2. They're into the stretch, and it's Ready for Money. Curie D unleashed on the outside of Oki Svanstead. Grabs the track, and here comes Curie D on the outside, right by Ready for Money. Then on the inside comes Forbidden Trade, and it's Curie D in the Breeders' Crown living up to the hype. Curie D romps here over back of the neck, then Ready for Money and Sermon. Curie D in the Breeders' Crown, 152.
Auke Svanstedt coming into the day had several runner-up finishes in the Breeders' Crown, never been able to win. Well, ends that drought today with not one, but now 2 Breeders' Crown championships to his credit. Accuracy as good as advertised, multiple move winner today in 152. There's the other Svanstedt's pupil, back of the neck from a post 10 start. Gets up for second. Ready for Money was very good today. He got caught in a middle half battle first over. He hung in admirably to finish third in the 152 mile.
Yeah, it was a nice mile. The 2 or 3 horses I said had 0 chance, run second and third. So don't listen to Carter when it comes to handicapping. No, big move there by back of the neck, and big effort from Ready for Money. That was a real powerful move by Andy McCarthy. But we talked about the aggressive move from Bob McLaurin, Forbidden Trade. He really, tried to win the race going to the half-mile point of the race, and you can't fault him for being aggressive at that point. You can let Accuracy get to the lead and kind of get things his own way. And, the fraction, instead of it being 27-3, 55-1, maybe 27-3, 56, 57, and then you're really not going to win. So he had to give it his best shot from there.
Yeah, he got away in third, and when you look back at it, maybe the worst spot to get away in a race like this, because, he could have opted to sit in. That would have been risky, but, making the quarter pole move against the heavy favorite was risky as well. He had to work pretty hard to get there, and then faced immediate pressure from Ready for Money, who was very good. And, that just softened him up. He may have hung on for the final check, I'm not sure. Sermon, good result at 99-1, lands in your top 4 as well. So heavy favorite, and then 3 long shots in behind. So sets up for some nice exotic returns.
Yeah, and, normally when you have a big horse like this at 1-2, sometimes, one of the other bigger or the second choice horse finishes off the ticket and the numbers are just okay. You're missing a lot of really nice horses in this ticket. So this could be, trifecta, maybe 1,000, maybe 2. So congrats if you handicap this, because you're better than me, that's for sure.
A big day for Team Svanstedt. Okay, coming back into the Breeders' Crown Winners' Enclosure for the second time this afternoon. Let's head to commercial break, and when we come back, we'll hear from the winning connections.
We got one.
I gotta hit the beat. I gotta hit the beat. Gotta hit the
Download Dark Horse Bets today.
I gotta hit the beat.
Rood and Riddle Equine Hospital is a worldwide leader in equine healthcare, providing a full menu of services and treatment for all breeds and disciplines of horses, from the family companion to the high-performance athlete. Learn more today. Visit roodandriddle.com.
They are off, competing for over $4 million in purses this season. Join us to witness the best the sport of harness racing has to offer and celebrate Harrah's Hoosier Park's 2021 championship season, alongside family, fun entertainment, handicapping contests, giveaways, and more. Be sure to catch the hottest harness racing action now through December 4th. First post is 6:30 p.m. Visit harrahshoosierpark.com for a full lineup of racing events, live entertainment, and casino promotion.
The Breeders' Crown blanket being adorned to Accuracy, and the second victory today for Team Svanstedt, and it really is a team effort.
Excuse me. You're not kidding. Wife Sarah Svanstedt was in the back paddock here last night cheering on Oka. And, if you've never been to the Svanstedt farm or watched some of the Swedish training, it is completely different than American training. A lot of them use the sand jog tracks, and they are fit and ready to go. So Oka Svanstedt, a big family affair, not just for him, but also for his wife, Sarah.
There's Bill McClinchy in the background. He's going to make the presentation for this upcoming race. Bill with the Woodbine Entertainment Group making the trip down here, and caught up with him last night, enjoying Breeders' Crown weekend, and for all of us from Canada, it's been nice to get away for a few days and get back to some form of normalcy. And it is wonderful to be able to conduct the Breeders' Crown this year in front of full house of spectators, and getting back to the format that we've all come to know and love since 1984. A bit of a handful there. It's good they've got lots of people to help with the horse. I don't think a bad actor by any stretch of the imagination, just this is an athlete, and he's pretty keyed up after going another big mile. Looks like we've got some prices to pass along for you, and as we suspected, even though the favorite wins at just $3 on the nose, the exotic returns are huge.
Yeah, you're not kidding. $2 trifecta here returns just over $1,400. So a real nice play there. 50-cent try, $357.40. Exact $85.40 for the 310. Nice exotic there. $26.80 place price on back of the neck though. So if you liked back of the neck, more power to you, because you got a really nice place price there.
Scott Zeron just quietly having a real nice Breeders' Crown weekend, couple of wins, and seemed to be maximizing his results, and that is the case here. Back of the neck, a bit of a surprise result to be second from post 10 here, and very good, and was closing stoutly on the end of the mile. There's a look at the hardware presentation, the aforementioned Sarah Svanstedt, as you said, such a key part of their operation.
Yeah, it looks like all smiles. Oka Svanstedt, looks like Ecurity has vacated the winner's circle. So it looks like Oka Svanstedt will be coming back this way with Ecurity here shortly.
Yeah, safety has to be certainly the top priority. But there's what it's all about, getting the Breeders' Crown trophy presentation and the photo ops, another big group in the winner's enclosure here. Beautiful winner's enclosure at the new Meadowlands racetrack, the mecca of harness racing here in East Rutherford, New Jersey. Breeders' Crown Day 2021 for the sophomores and the older campaigners. And we are coming up to one more final left to go here this afternoon. It will be the open pace to cap things off, so we'll be ending on a high note, certainly, with today's Breeders' Crown festivities. All right, Ecurity living up to the hype, and this guy, he's only 5 years old.
Yep.
This could be one that we'll see for a while here in these parts.
Yeah, it could be another Sebastian K, right? This is a very, very nice horse by Infinitive. So was bred in Kentucky by the Jean-Pierre Dubois. Coming off of a nice effort here in the Breeders' Crown. Obviously, we talked about this horse in Lexington, won easily by 2 1/4 lengths, proving today that he was no one-hit wonder.
Yeah, and he was used a couple of times today, used pretty hard throughout the mile, but he's such a big powerhouse of a horse that he can handle that, and it's a nice weapon to have in your arsenal when you have that kind of versatility and durability. And that goes back to the foundation he had before he got here, and moving into the Svanstedt stable, that he was ready to go. Looks like Gabe Pruitt has some winning connections standing by.
Oka had to go on back. Ecurity, he was still a little keyed up here after this big win.
Yeah, he was still fresh, so he did the same in Lexington, so I don't know, he have to get used to this, I guess.
Should be used to winning. Well, we know that he knows how to do that.
Yeah, I agree on that one, but obviously he did not like this part of the racing.
No, he races, it looked like, from my vantage point, not with earplugs. He has cotton in his ears. Talk to us about that. Is that common?
Correct. He is, I shouldn't say a hot horse, but mentally he's race fresh. So if they are like that, dog is prefer to just try to keep them calm.
And the first Team Svanstedt winner today, Felicity Shagwell, that was rather uneventful on the lead. This one couldn't have gone much differently. There was lots of action.
I agree that for Felicity, I was very surprised because most drivers knows the dog wants to race her on the helmet, but no one came, and I saw 57 on the half. So if she have those type of races, she's very strong and tough to the finish. So that was a big surprise.
Well, they must have rethought that situation because this time everyone came.
This was a different race, and I didn't see last turn because I was standing with Emmy, but he found his way out and he finished good. And I absolutely love see this horse on the track. He's gorgeous and performs and supplement a horse like this with those money, and now at least that is home. So I'm happy for the owners, and I feel bad for the owners they can't be here, but hopefully soon.
Hopefully soon. And as hot as he is, as you mentioned, maybe off the track, he must be a little easier to drive because he left and then he released a horse. He was actually jammed in for a minute. And around the far turn, he sort of got out there in pretty tight quarters. So he's really, easier to manage, I guess, on the track when he's in a race.
Yeah, before the race he's more alert, and as soon the gate goes off, he's actually 2 fingers. So it's more to save the energy for the race, and Aki have plenty of those horses on his back to know how to do that. So he knows what he's doing.
He's 2 for 2 since arriving in the United States. What's up next? It couldn't have gone any better to this point.
It's TVG if he still looks good after this race. So that's the goal.
All right, well, best of luck to Ecurie D and Team Svanstedt moving forward. Brilliant looking individual down here. Ecurie D takes that to Breeders' Crown Open Trot.
By now, you know the name COSA-TV, an industry leader producing unique, high-quality digital content promoting harness racing in Ontario. Features, virtual programming, live events, and more. COSA-TV has it covered. Follow our social media channels and be sure to subscribe to our YouTube page to view the latest content. And if you're looking to bet your favorite Ontario track, check out hpibet.com. COSA-TV, taking Ontario racing global.
My grandfather instilled in me that there's no such thing as luck. He said luck is where hard work meets opportunity.
On the outside of discover the best in North American standardbred racing at Woodbine Mohawk Park.
T-Tric's got the motor start.
With over 200,000 per night in purses, racing 4 nights a week, and an industry-leading stakes program, Woodbine Mohawk Park offers the most opportunities to win.
Rushes up on the far outside.
Join the growing ranks of owners from all over the globe and race with us at Woodbine Mohawk Park.
Over an eighth is Michael's Power, and Sweet Lou is at the tail of the field where he is the trailer, and Foiled Again leads the way. Modern Legend right there on the outside at his throat applying the pressure. Pet Rock is trying to shake free. Whoa, We Needy is second over. 3/4 on the board in 1:21 and 4, and Whoa, We Needy is 3 wide right now, and Clear Vision follows him up on the outside. They come to the top of the stretch. Whoa, We Needy trying to launch his bid after Foiled Again. Pet Rock waiting for the passing lane. It's Foiled Again. Pet Rock charging up the rail. Modern Legend there. Foiled Again. Dead game. Clear Vision late on the outside. Pet Rock on the inside. Photo finish. Foiled Again and Pet Rock together. 1:49 and 2.
Well, guess what? It was a rainy, sloppy night on Breeders' Crown night from a few years ago at Pocono Downs. Great memory there. Foiled Again winning the open pace that year, and that was typical. Foiled Again. Yannick Gingras had a nice sit-down earlier this week with Jess Otten talking about his favorite performer, his favorite Breeders' Crown moment, and he pointed to that race. He said Foiled Again was all out from the time the gate left until the finish, and had all of those horses on all sides of him. Just wouldn't let them by, and that was typical Foiled Again.
Yeah, Foiled Again, the heart of a champion. I think I got to call one of his last victories at Harris, Philadelphia, and I said through the stretch, Foiled Again, tough as nails, because he really was. I mean, just as tough as could be. Didn't like to let horses by him, that last season, you reminisce on it all the time.
Foiled again, one of the great Breeders' Crown champions from yesteryear. And when it comes to royalty, we talked about it a little bit earlier today. Two gentlemen on the respective training and driving side have absolutely owned the Breeders' Crown competition throughout their careers. Jimmy Takter, now recently retired, leads the way, and by a wide margin on the training side. There's a look at his resume: 34 Crown trophies and more than $14 million in the Breeders' Crown alone. Now Ron Burke strengthened numbers there, and he's closing that gap, and as time goes on, will certainly make that interesting. And he's in second place. Bob McIntosh, especially in the early days of the Breeders' Crown, one of the premier conditioners, the Hall of Fame trainer from Windsor, Ontario, the great Chuck Sylvester. We know his resume, and Tron Smedshammer, who we spoke about earlier today. And on the driving side, John Campbell. No surprise, the Wayne Gretzky, the Michael Jordan, if you will, of harness racing. Leads in all of the major categories for drivers, including starts, trophies, and purses won. $22.5 million since 1984. He's been the leading driver in the Breeders' Crown on 12 different occasions. What a remarkable career. And, the Breeders' Crown really helped sort of launch the career of John Campbell, right?
Yep.
As he was becoming the top driver in the sport. That's when the Breeders' Crown started. Both retired, though, but both still a big part of the series. Let's take our final update look at our Pick Your Driver standings. It looks like Dexter Dunn will get it done here. He's got 170 points and a pretty substantial lead going in. Tetrick Miller, second and third behind him. Andy McCarthy's had a pretty good day and closed the gap. Yannick and Brian Sears rounding out the top six of our six drivers. And it looks like as far as mathematical probability is concerned, Tim Tetrick, the only one with a shot to catch Dexter Dunn. He'll need a win to do so.
I'm going to have to run to the window now and bet Tim Tetrick, just because you said that, right? Tim Tetrick will drive working on a mystery here, who hasn't won in quite a while. The last victory coming in the Send It In for the Send It In Army. Gabe Pruitt and the gang having the Send It In Stakes at Souder Downs.
That's a great event,
Yeah.
like that, right? They don't focus on the true big guns, right?
Right.
North American wide, it's kind of more those bread and butter, hard hitting type raceway horses.
Well, and it's not your usual stake, right? We've got the Breeders' Crown, you've got your Meadowlands Paces and whatnot, but Gabe has sort of taken this hashtag following and made it into something a lot bigger. Indiana Grand even has a stake race named after the Send It In stake. So it's a really cool following. Hashtag Send It In. If you're on social media, you'll see Gabe Pruitt and all of his likings, so to speak. You'll see how wet he was last night with the broken umbrella. But he's really created a following with the Send It In Army.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think anyone does a better job on social media in the harness racing game than Gabe, and doing a wonderful job of all of the Winner's Circle interviews this weekend here at the Big M. Interesting note, and as we look at the field of 10 for our last Crown event of the weekend, the open pace, look at the stallions represented. The now deceased late great Some Beach Somewhere represented with 5 starters in the field. His son, Captain Treacherous, represented by 4. And who would think the lone stallion outside of those 2 to be represented here? None other than Rockin' Amadeus and Ocean Rock. And this guy comes in with a very impressive resume for Team Noble.
Yeah, just over 360,000 last year, just shy of 400,000 this year. Came up here to the East Coast, actually, to race for trainer Nancy Takter, and things were just not going her way. So the Nobles took the horse back. Won 3 straight before that 5th place effort in the Alarage. And the Alarage, they won't be going 46-4 this afternoon. But that was a really, really big effort in the Alarage by Allywag Hanover, who draws post number 8. Currently your 1-2 betting choice. I'm not sold on Allywag Hanover here. I mean, granted, he's won 9 of 16, including, what's that, about 6 in a row, 7 in a row there. but 1 to 2, now 3 to 5 just seems like a really short price on a horse, you know, that went 46 and 4, come right back with a very strong qualifier. It's tough for me. 49 and 1 in a qualifier. That's moving some.
Absolutely. This guy just kicked it into another level at mid-season and has thoroughly dominated. And it's remarkable when you think about the quality and the depth in this field. They've been no match for him in recent starts. But you know what? They can all have an off day. It's just a question of whether you want to sort of take that gamble. If you're playing the races today, do you take a chance that maybe the missed time, a little bit of time away, he won't just quite be at the top of his game? I think it's risky. In his current form, it's just so hard to play against him, and you're always looking for a price play or someone you think can upset the favorite in here. And if you want to take that gamble, then you can go in a variety of directions and probably get a good run for your money. This is a talented field.
We just saw the 1 Warwe Vital and the 2 working on a mystery. New horse here, Enavant, if I'm saying that correctly. Hopefully the Enavant, thank you. The Determination Stables, Guy Corbell. Luke Blay is the trader. Bob McClure teaming up here for a possible shot at a decent victory. 5 to 1 on the line right now. The bettors seem to think that horse has a decent chance.
Here's a look at one of the fastest horses in harness racing history. Cattle Wash equaled the 146 and 4 career record taken by his sire, Some Beach Somewhere, and did it last season at Lexington.
6, Nicholas Beach, the Jennifer Bongiorno trainee, is driven by brother Joe Bongiorno. Hasn't really done much of late, but the start in the Ewart back on September 11th, 149 and 1 against Ocean Rock, who is in this field.
Just had a look at him, the Ohio Speedster with a 148 record taken at Dayton. The king of the division currently, though, Allywag Hanover. Post 8 today with Todd McCarthy driving.
Looking next at the 9, Catch the Fire, Todd Luther, and the $1 million experiment, so to speak. Greg, they've been doing really well for Black Magic Racing. Scott Zeron looks for another victory on the card.
And Ruthless Hanover will complete the field. Andy McCarthy for Tom Cancelier. Another son of Some Beach Somewhere, 4-year-old, 155,000 this year, a quick 47 and 2 record. The Beach, one thing he threw was talent and speed and high earning potential. There's Warwe Vital. Had a look at him, a grandson of Some Beach Somewhere. Rob Fellows training. Trevor Henry, his lone drive of the day, and he'll try and make the most of it. 12 to 1 from post 1. In the open pace, the all-time record here won the West. In fact, the fastest horse in the history of the Breeders' Crown Series. And he did it back in 2009. Record purse, $625,000 back in 2004. So we're just shy of that. A nice $600,000 purse here. Trainer Bob McIntosh with a quartet of winners in this particular division. We know McIntosh back in the day had the likes of Arts Place and Staying Together, Cam Luck in his care during those times, and many of those wins with the leading owner in this particular category, Brittany Farms, and George Siegel. Well, last week there was a single elimination to set things up here, and we'll take a look back now.
Three-quarters, Nicholas Beach. He scoots clear by 2 here on Warwe Vital. 122 and 327 and 2 in that third quarter. It's Nicholas Beach, and now unleashed on the outside. Here comes Cattle Wash. Cattle Wash, and this is the plan, has dead aim. Warwe Vital in heavy traffic here in deep stretch. Cattle Wash digging in. This is the plan, pours it on late. Cattle Wash, this is the plan! And Cattle Wash hit the line together. Then Enavant and Warwe Vital, a photo for win, 149 and 3.
This is the plan, showing why he is a career winner of $2.5 million. A gutsy elimination victory by a nose, ensured a good post to work with, post 4 here. But 10 to 1, so he's not getting a lot of respect, and that's kind of been the case with him all year. And you know, this guy, you'll know full well how good he is because he set his season's mark on a half-mile track this year at Northfield.
Yeah, I was going to say, look over at his split. I mean, 147 and 3. you know, me and Dave Bianconi, who helped kind of put that race together, about fell over when we saw the timer kind of click at 47-3. This is the plan. Really put together a really nice effort. Closed home on the leader, Cattle Wash. And, you know, this might be a good spot for This Is the Plan. I mean, 10-1 is excellent value for the Ron Burke trainee. And I don't believe we've seen Ron Burke in the winner's circle yet through this series, which is shocking to me. You know, Ron Burke has done everything there is, and he at least normally gets at least one, right? But he has not won a race this weekend. So interesting for trainer Ron Burke. This may be his biggest chance.
Yeah, exactly. And even in this category, it's a bit surprising because you have to go a few years back. Foiled again was his last winner in 13, and then won the West, who is the stakes record holder in this particular category as well. But he's got a great 1-2 punch here. Amazing to have horses the caliber of This Is the Plan and Cattle Wash, and to see the variance and the odds compared to Allywag Hanover. But that's a testament just to how good that horse has been. He'll look to give Brett Pelling another Breeders' Crown victory on the day, and the third in this particular division. Pelling won back in 1997 with Armbro Operative, came back 3 years later to click with Western Ideal, and Mike Lachance guiding him to a 148 victory, and that was a big mile for back in 2000, and that was right here at the old Meadowlands racetrack. So let's take a final look at the odds, and again, I'll ask you, Mike, to put your handicapping hat on. How do you play the race to try and make a few dollars?
So Allywag Hanover obviously is the favorite for a reason, right? But you've got horses like Cattle Wash, who was really good last week, and then you've got Enavant to the inside. You know, it's tough for me to play Allywag Hanover, like I said, at 3 to 5. You've got a couple of really nice horses. Speed has been favoring. I wouldn't be overly shocked to see Were We Vital into the mix and kind of aggressively put forward. So if it's me, I'm going to bet This Is the Plan and Were We Vital on top, with a few horses kind of sprinkled in underneath. That might include Cattle Wash and Enavon as well from Woodbine Mohawk Park.
Quick thought on Ocean Rock. Here's another one that I'm sure you've seen race in person quite a few times. How does he stack up here?
You know, Ocean Rock is a really, really talented gelding by Rocket Amadeus. He has grown up really well in the Ohio program, which, as you know, Greg, is growing every single year. So, you know, was just okay in the Alaraj and has been defeating some really nice horses at Dayton, went to Hoosier Park and won the Hoosier Park Pacing Derby in 149. He's got a legitimate chance here at bigger odds as well. I think this is a much more competitive field than the odds board is showing. 3 to 5 on the 8 Allywag is, like I said, it's kind of tough to accept.
Well, one thing about it, it's a tricky starting spot, and he's going to have to earn it here. They're not going to hand him anything, and it should be a good one. The starting gate is rolling. Our final Breeders' Crown event for 2021. The big guns in the open pace for $600,000. One more time upstairs to Ken Orkington.
Hanover back at the big end. The Breeders' Crown final open pace presented by Bowringer Engelheim for $600,000. Race 11 starts the late pick 3. Here they come. On the rock, Cattle Wash is eager to fire out of there. Ocean Rock alongside with Allywag Hanover. Those three with This Is the Plan outsprinted in 4th position. Were We Vital on the inside. 5th is Working on a Mystery, is cutting the corners. 6 on Enavant, 7th on the outside. Then comes Nicholas Beach at the back with Catch the Fire and Ruthless Hanover 2 wide at the quarter. And it's now Ocean Rock and Dan Noble, ambitious early. Here comes Allywag Hanover and Todd McCarthy, 25 and 4 toward opening fraction. Cattle Wash is 3rd on the inside. Were We Vital is under a tight rein in 4th position. This Is the Plan wrangled back in 5th, and Working on a Mystery is 6th. So Enavant looks to go up 7th on the outside and follow some live cover, followed by Nicholas Beach then catch the fire, and Ruthless Hanover still last halfway home. Alley Wag Hanover, the big favorite here, 2-5, and hits the half in 53-2. It's Alley Wag Hanover carves it out with Ocean Rock and Dan Noble. Big long shot right there in second, onto the far turn. Cattle Wash is gapped in third. Warwee Vital fourth on the inside. This is the plan, needs to get going from fifth. Ruthless Hanover saving ground sixth, then working on a mystery on the outside seventh, followed by Anavant and Catch the Fire and Nicholas Beach. Passing three-quarters, Alleywag Hanover on a mission. Ocean Rock second, 1:21-2 for three-quarters. Alleywag Hanover flaunting his speed today, ripping out of the pocket. Ocean Rock is upset-minded, and Dan Noble on the outside trying to size up the champion, Alleywag Hanover. Then it's Cattle Wash in third. It's Ocean Rock on the outside. Alleywag Hanover on the inside. Good slugfest to the wire. Ocean Rock, final move from Cattle Wash. Ocean Rock, the Breeders' Crown shocker. Then close, Cattle Wash or Alleywag Hanover. Then way out wide, Anavant. Ocean Rock was 16-1 on the board. 148-3.
And wow, we just did not see that one coming. Ocean Rock put into play and able to follow, and we were marveling that he was sticking with Alleywag Hanover. I don't think either one of us expected that he could actually go by, but you knew at about halfway down the home stretch that he was going to get there. The only one really to worry about with 100 feet to go was Cattle Wash, who found his second win and made it a really entertaining 3 across finish at the end.
Dan Noble, his Breeders' Crown debut is a winning one with Ocean Rock, and I just have one thing to say, OHIO. We're thankful that we have horses like this in Ohio, but Dan Noble, you know, the son of late Ohio Hall of Famer Chip Noble III, scores a Breeders' Crown victory in his first try. Amazing.
Yeah, it is really a Cinderella story, and this will go down as one of the highlights and the best storylines, I think, from Breeders' Crown Weekend 2021. This is a legitimate horse, 2 back. He won the Dayton Derby, and he dominated the likes of This Is the Plan and horses of that ilk. Nicholas Beach in that event in 1:48 over the 5/8 mile oval. Got caught up in some tremendous speed at Lexington, a half in 51-3. Went down to three-quarters in 1:19-1. Only beaten 4 lengths there. So, you know, it's easy to look after the fact and certainly not be as shocked as we were at the time we were watching that unfold. But Alleywag Hanover, you called it, Mike. You know, in such great form coming in. He raced very well again today, but it just simply wasn't quite good enough to win.
You know, the one thing about wagering is you have to find the weakness in the betting public and play it, right? And so at 2-5, you just couldn't accept, as we see husband and wife, Christy Noble and Dan Noble embrace there. You know, you just have to find the weakness, and 2-5 just wasn't it for me. Cattle Wash is crazy at 9-1. As good as he was in the elimination last week, you know, 9-1 is a crazy price, and he almost was a winner here against Ocean Rock.
So going to be some nice mutual returns here as well, as Alleywag Hanover has to settle for third. Anavant going to round out your top 4 as he picks up a nice check as well for his connections. 148-3. Congratulations to Team Noble. Ocean Rock with the Breeders' Crown shocker. We'll be back with some more winning reaction in a moment.
In 1982, Rood and Riddle Equine Hospital is a worldwide leader in equine healthcare, providing a full menu of specialties of services and treatment for all breeds and disciplines of horses, from the family companion to the high-performance athlete. Learn more today about Rood and Riddle Equine Hospital. Visit roodandriddle.com or call 888-773-4838.
They are off, competing for over $4 million in purses this season. Join us to witness the best the sport of harness racing has to offer and celebrate Harrah's Hoosier Park's 2021 championship season alongside family, fun entertainment, handicapping contests, giveaways, and more. Be sure to catch the hottest harness racing action now through December 4th. First post is 6:30 p.m. Visit harrahshoosierpark.com for a full lineup of racing events, live entertainment, and casino promotion.
Ocean Rock, one of the dominant horses from Ohio last year. He went 6 for 10, missed the board only one time. In his 3-year-old season, he paced in 148 and 4 at Scioto on the 5/8 mile oval there. This season, very similar overall record. Lowered his mark to 148 in winning the Dayton Derby, which really set him up well in hindsight for a race like this. And boy, he cleaned out the carbon last time in Lexington, and I think a testament to the quality of the horse. That was a rugged trip, and to be able to bounce back and do what he did today really bodes well for this horse and his ability to compete with the very best.
Yeah, he won 4 straight leading up to that effort. It's not often you see a horse win 4 straight, then bounce and come right back and win, especially against a talented group like this. But Dan and Christy Noble, I had this horse revved up and ready to go, and husband and wife team. It's a family affair, just like we saw a little bit ago with Sarah Svanstead and Aki Svanstead. So a family affair coming from the state of Ohio.
Well, you would know them pretty well,
Yeah.
I'm sure. Who does all the work?
I'd be remiss if I didn't. Listen, well, you put me on the spot, but I'm married like Danny is, so we'd say happy wife, happy life. So I'd say Christy, probably.
Yeah, and I don't doubt that that's probably how it is, but I'm sure, yeah, it is a real team effort. And Dan Noble, again, not a guy we see on the Breeders' Crown stage. We likely will now going forward. But if you watch racing in Ohio on a regular basis, he's one of the top dogs there.
And patient was the key in this race. He could have, when they got to the half at 53-2, he just sort of bided his time, kind of sat back off the pace, and then just revved up in the stretch. And they just had a little baby this year, so congratulations to them. All smiles. They're going to be keyed up all the way home, I think. This is an amazing.
You can see the emotion there on their faces, and there's one for the little guy, so to speak, right?
Yeah.
You see the familiar faces here, winning these races each and every year. So we're seeing some newcomers getting to hoist the Breeders' Crown Trophy. A big congratulations again, and a nice way to end it in terms of wagering here, and especially for those who backed Ocean Rock. The payoffs are very impressive. $34.80, the win ticket return with Cattle Wash in the runner-up position. Allywag Hanover, Onavant rounding out your top 4 there. The 7.5 exacta, $277.40. The 50-cent try at over $284. Decent pick 3 return there as well. 50 center just shy of $80, and your 10-cent super $274 and change. Ocean Rock getting it done. What kind of celebration is going to be going on in Ohio racing circles tonight?
Good question. Something else to note about Ocean Rock is a homebred. The owner, Sandra Burnett, also bred Ocean Rock. So, it means a little bit more, right? It means something when you win the Breeders' Crown, but it also means a little bit more, I think, anyway. When you breed the horse, you sort of raise them from a yearling all the way up to a 2-year-old and whatnot. But Gabe Pruitt said they buy with the jubilant
again, I know you guys as a team made the decision to take the bye this week. What went into that?
Yeah, we figured we better just take the bye. That way he had one easy week going into it. He's a lot better off of a 2-week layoff, and we were just hoping that would work out.
Very fresh today. No, the fractions were taxing, 25-4, 53-2, not quite 51 and change like in Lexington. Were you still confident? He seemed to have so much horse. He was right up on the bit in the pocket.
Yeah, I was very happy with the position I was in. It was very good, and I had a lot of pace there. I just try not to be anxious there to move early.
Tough target on the front when you were turning for home. Confident you could get by him. Plus, you had a host of closers moving it as well.
Yeah, they're all great horses, and it's tough to get by, good horses. And, of course, he's a good horse.
He is a very good horse, and congratulations, biggest win of your career. How's it feel?
Feels good.
All right, and Christy, talk to us about Ocean Rock. He's been a pleasure all season long. He's really proven that he can step up and star on the big stage as well.
Yes, he has, and I'm glad that we finally got this opportunity this year, since we didn't get so much of it as a 2- and 3-year-old, that he can really go to these big dances and be competitive.
Yeah, and it looked like you had the entire state. Anybody that's ever driven through Ohio, I think, was here in the Winter Circle to celebrate with you guys.
Yes, that's great that we had a lot of support from back home, and the owners were here, and it was just fantastic.
And what's up next?
Maybe the TVG, maybe in the field.
All right, we'll see what's up next moving forward. Hopefully, we'll see him back here at the TVG. That's the story here for the final Breeders' Crown Championship here on Championship Saturday at the Meadowlands.
Congratulations again. What a way to cap it off. Ocean Rock becomes harness racing's newest millionaire with his Breeders' Crown Championship. Congratulations to our viewers who selected Dexter Dunn in our Pick Your Driver contest. He was able to hold on with 170 points over the 12 championships, upending Dave Miller, Tim Tetrick, a close third. Again, thank you to everyone who registered and played along. We're going to be drawing names from all of those who correctly selected Dexter Dunn, so stay tuned to our social media channels. In the next day or so, we will announce those winners online. Good luck to you in that. Thank you again for playing along and joining us for what has been a very long but entertaining afternoon of Breeders' Crown Championships at the Big M. Time for one more commercial break, and we'll be back to wrap things up from the Meadowlands.
Father instilled in me that there's no such thing as luck. He said luck is where hard work meets opportunity.
Is our own worst enemy. She has made a break, and Lady Luck is shining on out continental victory. She's opening up with long, powerful strides, past 3/4 in 1:26 and 2. She spread her wings. She's in full flight, and continental victory is on her way to year's honors, leading at 5. On the outside, taking second, an entry made Broadway Diamond, but the eyes of the harness world are on continental victory. She is a class act indeed. With guts and determination, hits the 16th pole, and she's the best of her class this year. Continental victory goes under the Garden State Park finish line and will win this one by a convincing 6. There's a photo for second and third between entry mates, but the mile and the best.
And again, one more trip down memory lane from the vault. Continental victory as a 2-year-old in 95, winning the Breeders' Crown at Garden State Park, which is no more. Had the hub rail in place at the time. The one and only Larry Letterman with the call.
Yep.
And we know what Continental Victory went on to do the next year, won the Hambletonian. And for me, a special place. That was the first ever Hambletonian I was at in person, and got to be there in the winter's enclosure and enjoy that afternoon and watch what I think is, to this day, one of the greatest trotting fillies of all time, Continental Victory. And that's what the Breeders' Crown is. It is the best of the best, and we saw the stars on display all weekend long, including our colleague Heather Vitale, who's one of the sport's shining stars. And we're going to head over to her one more time for some final thoughts from the Diamond Creek Winners Lounge. Heather?
Yeah, you guys, if we're going to talk highlights of the day, I got to say that it is Bella Bellini. I, first of all, love that trotting filly, and it was so much fun interviewing Dave McDuffie today. I had an extraordinary day. I got an exclusive from Dave McDuffie. I don't know, like I got these breeders, these owners. If you go on my Facebook page, we had a lot of kids in the room. The Diamond Creek Winter Lounge was amazing. It's just another Breeders' Crown day that, how do you top it? And the only way you can is by coming back next year, right? Because every year it gets better.
Absolutely, yeah. We hope we're back here next year. What about the cupcake? I thought that might make your highlight reel. That looked very good.
You know what? Can I just tell you, actually, it's so funny. There were some kids in here a couple minutes ago, and they immediately go for the blue cupcake. And I told them, I said, you you just ate a Smurf. Like, it looks like you just ate Papa Smurf. And you know what? They laughed, and at least I'm funny to somebody.
Heather, you're the best, and we thank you for a wonderful job this weekend. And yeah, hope to see you here next year, and we'll see you probably over in the Winners Lounge shortly. Thank you again. All right, that's Heather Vitale. A wonderful job covering things off for us this weekend. She gave us her highlight. What was your highlight of today's action?
Ocean Rock, without a doubt. They saved the best for last, and not just because it's, an Ohio connections, but I mean, that was a really, really big effort. We didn't see a lot of horses kind of close from off the pace like that, and for me, it was Ocean Rock.
And will they hold the party over for you until you get back?
They might. We'll see. I'm going to jump on the first helicopter out of here. We'll see. No, but Ocean Rock for me, it was just amazing, amazing performance. Ecurie D was another really big effort that for the Swanstead stable. Watching Forbidden Trade kind of stuff him into a pocket and then see him have to kind of fight back proved just how good of a horse he was.
And for me, I'll point to Perfect Sting. I love seeing a horse finally get his due. Yep. Such a talented colt that started to have some detractors out there because he just wasn't getting it done on the biggest stage. And he finally breaks through today. And Joe Holloway, it was, I think, a combination of relief and joy to see him hit the winner's circle and cap off what really has been an excellent season for him. So we appreciate you all joining us over the last day and a half here from the Meadowlands Racetrack. Big thank you to the entire team here at the Big M who really rolled out the red carpet for us last night and today, and did a wonderful job hosting for, I think, the 103rd event that they've hosted totally coming in. So they've hosted more Breeders' Crown events than any other racetrack. And yeah, we look forward to next year's Breeders' Crown. Big thank you as well to COSA and COSA-TV for making this possible as well, and our co-sponsor, Rood and Riddle Equine Hospital. Thank you again. Stay tuned to our social media channels to find out the winner of our Pick the Driver contest. So long from the Breeders' Crown at the Big M.